Welcome to Gambia, part 5.
Onankisho, this is welcome to Gambia,
Part 5. Welcome to Gambia, where how the price of bread is going up is even shocking the breadwinners of the country.
Hey! Welcome to Gambia, where the price of products do not obey the law of gravity, which says everything that goes up will surely come down. In the Gambia, when the price go up, it will never come down.
Welcome to Gambia, where a boy will tell a girl, I will die if we break up. 50 years after the breakup, that nigga will still be alive in Serakunda.
Welcome to Gambia, where a girl will say, I will not date a guy who does not have a car, when their fathers do not even have a common bicycle. What a common
bicycle. Welcome to Gambia, where most girls apply makeup to the extent that if you kiss their forehead, it smells like the black powder in El Hela batteries.
Welcome to Gambia, where couples are allowed to touch each other's private parts, but cannot touch each other's phone because it is classified to them as privacy.
Oh my God, what a privacy we have in this Gambia. In other countries, when someone dies, they said, rest in peace. Welcome to my country in Gambia. When someone dies, they will say,
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the house. I want to thank all of you from the earlier stream. Guys, they attacked the stream. You know, we were on a roll, you know, just having fun, and out of nowhere, kapow, they just applied it. But hey, that's not going to stop the show, you know. One monkey can never stop the show. We are back in here. Please hit the like so people can join us. Jama said, this is your warning, Afridamus. Grannies I am playing. You're right. But over here at the Afridamus report, we are not playing either, you know. So let's allow some of the people to join us. And guys, go back and watch that video, okay? Watch the video. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, Afridamus, keep grinding, brother. Absolutely. I'm all about that grind. All about that grind. Thank you very much. Guys, check this out. So, fine. They took that other video out, but I have a good video for you. You know, so this is the black, you know, passport grannies who you guys remember were pretending to be Pan-Africans. So this is Pan-African, you know, passport grannies. So they want to finesse these dudes, you know. They want to finesse them with the black power thing. So pretty much I heard this is what these bumpsters from the beach side would say. They said, oh, the ones that date this Pan-African grannies, you know, they are usually the broke bumpsters. So the ones with the white ones, they tend to be, you know, living good. These other ones, their money is dry. But now, when it comes to this passport broing, you know, like truly, like with the white passport grannies, when it comes to them, hey, they just do their thing. They're straight shooter. They go for it. But when it comes to black people in general, with these passport grannies, they try to, you know, twist it, you know, like they would try to paint it in a rosy way. For example, here in America, how they would trick you or shame people to play stepdaddy. They try to glorify it. Oh no, that's the best thing. No, the best thing is if you are willing to raise a child, it's best you raised your own child that came out of your own testicles. That's what is natural, right? But now, the trick of the black woman, they took it to Africa. They are passport grannies, but they disguise themselves as pan-Africans. So now the truth is coming out. They have their own podcast, where they're talking about this. And they want to convince us that, oh, this is like those people like it. Are you kidding me? How come the same Gambian person, how come the same Gambians are not here chasing grannies? Oh, in the UK, chasing grannies. It's not that they are addicted to them or they find them attractive. It's the passport that make them do that. So because you live in the West, you're not over here having these men, like young black men chasing you around. So we have their podcast here. So I'm going to analyze it. MS Delta say, what? Their own podcast? Yes. And I'm going to break it down here for you guys to see it. St. James, thank you for the super chat. He said, our God will strike again. Yeah. Let me thank St. James and MS Delta for the super chats here.
Baby girl love my pop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Baby girl love my bob and I like me too.
Thank you guys. So let me do my disclaimer here. Fair use for this podcast that I'm about to play here. There's a lady in the Gambia there that, she's part of this repat group, right? So she's one of the, well into over her 50s, maybe 60s, whatever. But either way, you guys know the people that can travel and stay in these places, generally they would be much older, like retirees. But now they would have to convince themselves and convince you and I that no, why they are doing what they are doing. So it's like the passport bros who go to Brazil, right? And get those pretty women. But that same Brazilian woman, if she comes here to America, those guys cannot get them. There's plenty of Brazilians here. But there's a reason why they are leaving all those Brazilians here and go all the way to the country of Brazil, because there's a different rule there. And your American dollar stretches well beyond that. So now these grannies, they went over there. They're like, oh, we are Pan-Africans. God save the black man. In fact, these people used to tell stories about how these white grannies are coming there. While we know many of these people, there is different categories. There's some who, maybe they used to be married, right? They got divorced, or some are just chronic 3 or 4s who, like they skip from man to man. And now in the standard here in the Western world, because in the West, they, the women get expired, which means now they're in the grandma category, but they can never stop being the 3 or 4. They still want to be able to have that option. So this is where this comes into play. So just flip it, reverse it. It's like the power, quote unquote, that the older guys used to have, right? They were able to do it with money. That's why they're able to do it. So these women are using not only their passport, but the power of the pound sterling and the almighty dollar. I mean, look at them. When they get there, when they exchange their money, they become rich and they feel rich, they act rich. But the Pan Africans, for some reason, they want to trick these guys, telling them about plant based stuff. Like these guys grew up there with those plants, they want money. But for some reason, the Pan African granny passport holders, they don't have much money or they don't want to spend it. So, but they still want to date though. So we'll hear that in the podcast. Let me do my disclaimer here. All right. So here we go. Let me play this podcast here. Here. I know. So this video is made by a woman, in the Gambia who called herself, Repat. You guys remember it was about racism, connecting, and all that, right? But I guess now that honeymoon is over. So now this is the facts. So let's hear her idea of dating a younger man, because many, they don't want to come out outright and say that's what it is. But we all watch all these different documentaries, videos, right? We know why most of the white British grannies are going there for. So they are upfront about it, most of them. So let's see if this woman would be upfront or try to trick us to make us believe this is a cultural thing over there.
Sisters International, welcome to our channel. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Then you'll know all the videos that are coming up as they come. Now, we started a series on relationships, and I am not going to leave long gaps between each video on relationships. It's a series, and I'm not going to leave long gaps, so I'm going to go straight into the next video. It's Hamilton in the Gambia. I have my long sleeves on. I have a video called Does It Get Cold in the Gambia? And the answer is yes. So if you're coming to the Gambia at this time of the year, between now and I'd say March, please remember to bring a jacket.
So yes, she is British. So clearly you could see this is like, it's not along even racial line. So it is like British, whether black or white, they love to come, have access to the young men on the Smiling Coast. It's like it's a British thing. But now, there's tons of other black grannies who, they are part of this group. They collaborate with the ones, the British ones. They come together to make this happen. So let's hear her tell us, because you see, like, for instance, when they were trying to convince Africans to become gay, they're like, oh, there was, one time a Ugandan kingdom, a king, the king was gay. So they're like, therefore, it's in Africans' DNA to be gay. They try to pass it off, right? But then when you read further, you found out they realized the king, or was going to be a king, was gay. The part they don't tell you what happened to him when the people discovered. They leave that part out. But continuing on.
Or a coat, because in the mornings and in the evenings, it gets very chilly. It's cold. I can hear the wind wailing outside and the trees are swaying. So I know it's cold in the Gambia. So if you're going out partying, bring a coat, bring a jacket, because you will catch a fresh cold. Sometimes put a hat on. I used to laugh when they put bobble hats on. I'd be like, why are you wearing a bobble hat in tropical weather? Now I realize it gets cold, a bit like Jamaica. Some parts of Jamaica, it's cold and you need a hat. Not so much a scarf, but you need a hat or a jacket. Anyway, moving on from that. Relationships part 2. This one is about older women dating younger men. Okay.
So there are many other videos I could bring. So this is the thing. You guys, those of you that like to say, oh, because in the earlier stream before they they cut it off, some of you were writing, oh, the black passport grannies, they don't do that. They have morals. What that's why I say, you know, whatever your morality is, your moral standard is, right? You can only speak and be in charge of you. When you want to apply that to other people and act disappointed, that's on you. You are the one that is looking at like, oh man, this you know, looking at your granny as like, oh, she doesn't have romantic desires. We no longer live in that world, apparently. You see? So she's calling it dating. Dating. And most of these people, they have children, you know, and the people they are dating, their children are sometimes older than the men, even. So it's like, okay, like what's going on? What's going on? Because you see all these single women in the West, they're working, saving their money, retirement and stuff. They're by themselves. What do you think they're going to do? So let's hear her tell us what they do over there.
Okay, we know that older men date younger women, and that seems to be accepted all over the globe. People don't even talk about it anymore. People don't even bat an eyelid anymore at an older man dating a younger woman. People don't bat an eyelid at an older man marrying a younger woman. It seems to be a normality, not just in the West, but also in Africa. I've seen and heard men say to me, V, that is my wife. And they are pointing to a young girl who is at school. And they say, that is my wife that has been promised to me. And when she leaves school, when she starts secondary school and leaves school, I am going to marry her because her family's already promised her to me. It's not questioned. It is normal. It's deemed as normal because...
So she's setting the premise for you where she's going with the story, right? And she's right. Yes, normally it is men. But you have to remember the culture she's coming from, the Western culture, they have flipped the board upside down where now, you know, they truly, everything man does, these women want to do and they've been doing since they were young. It's not the same. So on top of now, because it's like that penis envy. Like the Western women seem like they have penis envy. They compare themselves to men. And so when they remain single, everything the men were able to do, now they also know, yeah, we want to do it. But they try to, you know, dress it in a different frame. You know, the hypocrisy, because it is women who generally would come out and try to criticize men. Like, look at Leonardo DiCaprio. You have all these hurt women, you know, out here talking about how dare you, Leonardo, you know, always trying to date younger women. Oh, so you know, okay, why are you pissed off at Leonardo? Who would you rather choose for Leonardo? You see, this is the question people don't ask. Who would you rather choose for Leonardo? Let that man be, okay? So, but when it's in the other way around, when you speak, you can't criticize it. You just have to go along. In fact, you have to pretend that the victim, quote unquote, the poor guy, in fact, loves this. Because you see, they're trying to convince you, if that guy had paychecks like me, right, he would be doing that. How come I'm not doing it? Many other Gambians, they're not doing it. So It is not just regular dating. But in that setting, that's what the rules are. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think if the both parties understand the rules to be that way, is there any problem there? Because they are the ones deciding. You heard in the other video, the other passport granny said, when they asked her about morality, what did she reply? She's like, morality. She almost said, man, F morality. She says she doesn't feel anything about it. You see? She is as cold as ice. She's like, I'm going to get there. I've been saving this money. It's cold out here. I'm going to get there and be the player from Britain. I'm going to run through all of them. Bob the Builder, Longstroke, Lamin, you know, Baba, Alaji, all of them. She's cool about it. She's like, and there's no remorse. I'm going to put these dusties to work. So, but people can pretend all they want. Don't be mad at me. I'm just calling it for what it is.
I've heard it. Even up to last year, I've heard it. So, older men dating younger girls, younger women is...
Guys, please hit that like. Hit that like button. And the beauty is, right? Sorry, before I let this one go. The beauty is, once they hit that sun, that Gambian sun hits them, they no longer, all that ache, pain, all goes away. They no longer need their pain pills. They no longer need that Bengay. That natural Gambian sun seem to heal them all over. So when you hear these women coming on these videos, they are like, no, the sun healed me. Trust them. I've seen them there with my own eyes when I visited. I saw them with my own eyes. I'm like, nah, this is not Susie from the grocery store. Like, what? You two marry? No, this is not you, Victoria. The same Victoria that works at the bank. You mean conservative Victoria is the one doing this? Yeah, I've seen it with my own eyes. But let's continue.
Normal. Now, just, to put the record straight, this video is about over the age of 18. Yeah? To be honest, over the age of 20. We're talking over the age of 20. So we're not talking children, we're talking consenting adults here. And in the West, a consenting adult is over the age of 18. So we're talking about dating somebody over the age of 20, older women and younger men. It seems to be a great phenomenon in the Gambia. I don't know why, but it seems to be a great phenomenon. So we're no longer talking about older men dating younger women, but everybody seems to be talking.
Guys, you see this? Oh, older women dating younger men seems to be a phenomenon. So she's going to use what? She's about to use the whataboutism, right? You know how, like, when you talk about like you're talking about what black people are doing, and they will be like, no, but everybody does it. When it's a certain group, oh no, everybody does it. So now it is a trend, is everybody doing it. It is no longer, it's the white woman. No, it looks like this is a shared effort. It's like this is like the Berlin Conference of the 304s. Let's just call it what it is. You guys remember the Berlin Conference when they were, dividing, slicing and dicing Africa amongst each other? Right. Right there, it was old white men over there at the table. So let's just call this what it is. It is the old 304s table that they built by the white women. And now the Black passport grannies want to bum rush their way into the game, and they're going to find a way to make this sound very attractive. They're going to try, but we will call it for what it is. Yeah, they are passport grannies. Is who do you think the passport bros learn this from? Go figure. There are some of these people who, even their own older children, they come who are old enough to also pick up Gambian 304s, or they would have like a Shiniqua who would also want to be a 304 there. You guys think this is only the grannies? Some of these chicken heads from Birmingham, or now from Atlanta, New York, they are showing up. I'm seeing the videos. They are showing up. You exchange $1,000, they think they all of a sudden they are rich, they are balling, So it's like they can buy them, they can buy them any dude they want. Let's just call this what it is. Even in Ghana, we're seeing it in Ghana. It's more common there. The three or four, the Pan-African queens. You guys know the black Pan-African queens who want to save Africa. They are showing up. They are buying themselves long slung Kwamis, exchanging them. It's almost like showing up at the slave block all over. So let's just call it, the place never really, got rid of, slavery. They never shook it off, because this, you can literally buy this box. That's what it is. In Ghana, right? Ghana and Gambia, even when they used to be able to physically just come and, sell the box off, where do you think it was commonly from? Ghana, the Ghanaian coast and the Gambian coast was much more organized. And today is the same thing. So for those of you who are embarrassed, you don't need to be. Just pray to the higher power that you never had to go through this. We're sitting here discussing it. Or maybe the people that are going through this, they love it. And we are going to hear it from the passport granny herself here to let us know this is a thing. You just got it confused. It's such a thing they don't want to go to the Caribbean. I wonder why. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, many Black American women take girls trip in quotes. I totally agree. Yep, Stella got her groove back. To the Caribbean, the next girls trip to Hollywood movie will be in Ghana. Guys, please join me in making sure even if we got to do crowdfunding, let's be the ones to make this movie. Okay? Look, I'm willing to play the character. I'm willing to play the character. We would find a name, stage it out. Who knows? And also, the new drama series is I would say, the dramatic housewives of Senegambia. That's what it should be called. But let's continue.
Talking in the UK, US, all over about older women who now choose to date younger men in the Gambia. Now, I just need to say, older women are not just dating young African men. Older women are dating younger men globally. Yeah. In the UK, older women have been dating younger men for a very, very long time. I remember a friend said to me last year that her son's friend said to her, "How's it going with your partner? How's it going with your boyfriend?" And she says, "Oh, it's not going anymore. We want different things." And
apparently, there's so the younger dudes in the UK are checking out older ones. This is what she's trying to say. Have you guys noticed how there are some Black men who would say when they were young how they would be taken by a older auntie, older cousin, and people would laugh at this and think like, oh yeah, that's funny. But no, in the West, the people get disgusted by it. It is not, there might be some dudes who are into that, but there's a reason why they are leaving to go to where the sun actually shines. So for some people, this is a thing. Okay, let's see. MS Delta said, Afridamus, it's a real movie. Absolutely. The next movie called Girl Strip will take place in Ghana. It's being made now. Are you serious? I thought you were saying it should be made. They already are making it. Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. Let me thank you here properly. Give me a minute. Where did it go? Where did it go? I keep missing this. Okay, here. All right, thank you very much. All right, let me play this. Here we go.
He said to her, well, why don't you date a younger guy? I don't understand. You're quite young in the way you are, and the things that you want, these older men are just not suited to you. It doesn't seem like it. So why don't you date a younger guy? And she said, well, I've never even thought of dating a younger guy. And he said to her, this is her son's friend. He said to her, I only date older women. He said, I only date older women. He says, I'm in my 20s and all the women I date are in their 40s, their late 40s, middle 40s. And he said, that is who I date. And if I settle, that is the age group I want to settle with. And she was flabbergasted. She was like, what do you mean? And he said, well, me and a lot of my friends and a lot of guys I know,
Guys, the partition of Africa. It was older white dudes that met at the table and conducted business. So this is, once again, an invasion by grannies. I mean, it was, for the longest, it was the white European grannies, but the black ones, they come in. I mean, they now want to turn it into like some super romantic thing, like when they were 15 years old. That's what we're seeing here. So she's setting your brain up to believe that this is even a thing in the UK. So UK people, shout out to you, but hey, help us out here, man. Let us know what you guys doing over there in Birmingham, in Reading, in all those places. Write it in the chat so we know. Don't hide the secret.
Always date older women. And he said, yeah, they might have relationships with younger women, but age is doesn't come into it anymore. It's about whether you get on with that person or not. So because we're not hung up about age. So, if a younger guy likes you, he's going to step to you. So he said to her, so I don't understand why you don't look more broadly and date a younger guy. That's in the UK. Now, a lot of people are talking about older women dating these younger men. And in a lot of the videos, I don't see the younger Gambian men. I see older Gambian men frowning about it and moaning about it. And I see Gambians in the diaspora.
Here comes, let's let her.
Or in the West, moaning about it.
So you hear this. So here comes the shaming tactics. It is the older Gambian men moaning and crying about it. And the Gambians in the West, that will be us. No, because we live here in the West, we see that, if, how you guys act, how you guys literally would call, like, if it was the other way around, imagine older Gambian men showing up here in America and England and just, taking on, to the young women there. They would pass a law and, put the, raping charges on them. And it will all come from these very women. These very women. So, but now all of a sudden, it is, these people are just moaning and crying about it. No, because people, you want people to just go along, just like, how Like, you guys remember, those of you that watch the Maury show, right? You know how, like, you would have like this woman, she's been there, this is her 12th time bringing the 12th dude, and they're like, uh so uh so like, if you're not the father, would you still take care of the kid? And the guy's like, yeah, man, this child really need a father, whatever, blah blah. Oh, the other guy would be like, nah, man, I would never do that. So the lady is like, nah, he is the father. He is the father. I'm gonna prove this here today. And the guy's like, nah, man, she took on all the entire, the entire street, you know. I was hitting it. My homeboy Pookie, my homeboy Ray Ray, The other day I even saw her with the Kembe, the new African that just moved down the street, down the block. Now she wanna put this on me. Maury's like, are you sure you're not the father? He's like, Maury, I am 100% sure. Look at that baby's head. There's no way. Nobody in my family have that type of head. Look at his eyes. His eyes look like Chinese. Look at my eye. Look at my eye. But long story short, the envelope comes and people are clapping. And, when the guy is making all this gripe, you have the hypocritical crowd going like, boo, trying to boo the guy, right? But then Maury reads it. Maury's like, when it comes to 5-month-old champagne, the guy standing there like this, you are not the father. The guy celebrates it. And then Maury comes. It's so funny. Maury comes and try to convince the guy, just be the father, the child need a father, all that. They bring like a fake counselor. So that's what's happening here. That's what's happening. She wants to marinate this and make it sound so nice. So they are convincing you, oh yeah, you know what? It's totally okay. Like, you know what? Just take care of little something. He's gonna grow up to be a drug dealer, and his home would be mostly in cell D block. He would be there till he's about 40, 45 years old. Then when he gets out, he would be 45, but acting like a 15-year-old, and he would go to the work program, and then he would start talking about he's a hotep, trying to tell you prison lingo. So it's like you didn't gain anything from it, right? But now I told you a little story. Let me take you to what is happening here. Sorry for that rant, guys. Here we go.
Complaining about it. So I actually took to the streets and I spoke to younger Gambian men. And I asked them, well, what do you feel about dating or older women dating younger Gambian men? I was quite shocked. I absolutely was quite shocked to hear their response. Two of them said to me, hey, V, this is crazy. This is not new. Gambian women, older Gambian women, date younger Gambian men. I said to them, what do you mean? Wait, hold on. I've heard that you would never see this in the Gambia. And the Western older women are bringing this phenomenon to the Gambia. And they said, that's ridiculous. Everyone in the Gambia knows that older Gambian women date younger Gambian men.
So, you see, like I said, so now she's saying this is a thing. It is not the Western people bringing this. It's, all the Gambian women are doing this. Where is this happening at? I'm not saying there isn't going to be a cougar here and there who are Gambians, but this is not a thing. Unless maybe I'm not privy to this, but that is not a thing. Young Gambian men or older Gambian women going for the younger ones. Unless if the tectonic plate have shifted without me knowing, but I don't think that's a thing. But let's continue.
So a Gambian man, a Gambian man explained to me But a lot of these women, they get married at a very early age. Some of them 13, 14, 15, a very early age. And a lot of the times they get married, or they're promised to and get married to an older man who's old.
13, 14-year-old marriages. That is, even when I lived in the Gambia back in those days, you know, they frown upon that. That having been a thing forever. But you guys are hearing in their podcast how they're trying to justify this. Look, if you dare to get your groove on, just get your groove on. Stop trying to BS us. So you mean to tell me a bumster who this is his business, this is what he does. So he is going to tell you, oh no, you know, this is taboo in our culture. No, he's heard you talk about being pan-African, uniting Africa. If you're asking the bumster about his own game that he's involved in, why would he not make it look like it's normal? He's not the most reliable source in this. I mean, guys, do you agree with that? You think a bumster who is involved in this would give a straight answer to this question? I highly doubt it.
Enough to be their father or grandfather. They end up in these marriages, and they're usually, you know, a lot of times it's the second, third, fourth wife. So they're in a relationship with an older man, and they're quite unhappy. And he tells me that not a lot, but some of the times these women then end up dating younger men while they're married to the older man. And nowadays, a lot of these women divorce the older Gambian man and choose not to be with an older man, but choose to be with a younger man. So he tells me it's not talked about, but it is well known that an older Gambian woman, when she's been married.
No, that is not a norm. It's not the regular thing to do. I mean, is there going to be a case of one or two here and there? Possibly. Humans are humans. But what she's saying here, that is not a norm. It's not even like a hidden secret. You know what the hidden secret is? What a lot of the things that these people do in the tourist area, that doesn't happen outside of there. You know, in the Bumpster's Paradise, the documentary I was analyzing, you go watch. One of the guys, he eventually, the whole thing he was doing, his mom didn't even know about it. His mom didn't even know the woman he was trying to marry is older than her. He was hiding all that. So think about that as well.
Married to an older Gambian man, no longer wants to be with an older Gambian man, but wants to be with a more modern, younger Gambian man. So they tell me it's not a new phenomenon. I mean, it's not the West bringing this to the Gambia. So I said to him, okay, well, what about a diasporan or a Western woman coming to the Gambia and dating a younger Gambian man? Some are 10 years younger, some are 15 years younger, some are even 20 or 25 or 30 years younger. You know, we've seen it. An older diasporan woman coming to Africa dating a younger Gambian man. They call it sex tourism. So when we were discussing this with the Gambian men, some Gambian women and diasporan women, and some diasporan men, the conclusion, well, one of the conclusions that we came to is sex tourism. Number one, it has to be about sex then. This relationship has to be sexual based. And number two, it has to be about tourism. And what we found out was a lot of these older women that are dating younger Gambian men were not tourists, and they didn't see themselves as tourists. They have come to the Gambia, they have made commitments to the Gambia, they have brought compounds, and they have...
So guys, are you hearing this hypocrisy? This woman literally is saying the West did not bring this culture, that what they're engaged in. Imagine a white person saying this. Guys, remember when some Africans, many other Africans, myself explaining the mindset, saying these people, the same people they're pointing fingers at, because she's saying the West didn't bring this. So that would mean those of you, the Pan-Africans who was, It is the white people that are coming to destroy the place. This woman is saying, no, this culture was already there. So this is what is going to be the confusion. You see how these people's thinking doesn't align and it's not beneficial to Africans? Because your disadvantage, no, she's saying, no, this is in fact a thing. This is in fact a thing. It's like they came, they muddy up the conversation. They trick you saying, oh, black skin, black skin. But are they really black skin or Tubab mentality? Because how are you going to say, oh, the white people are, so the West, they're coming from Western culture. So those of you, you no longer can point fingers at the white people, white women, saying they are the ones bringing this. So I'm just telling you, don't miss the point. Here, MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, Afridamus, they are called son husbands, older women marrying much younger men. He said hunger, but yeah, I would go with hunger. They want a male concubine and servant call conquer stuff. I totally agree with you. It says son husbands, conquer stuff, new vocabulary. I believe it. MS Delta, thank you so much for the super chat here. Let me thank MS Delta properly for the super chat. All right, continue on.
Married or have long-term relationships with their Gambian younger spouse or men. So the tourism part is gone. The other one is sex. Can I talk about sex? Let's talk about sex, baby. Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about sex. I was on a forum the other day and the women were talking about Gambian men. Now, some of these women, European, US, were talking, and Jamaican were actually talking. And these women were saying that some of the women, not all of them, but some of the women were saying that they'd been to Jamaica and they knew about the stallion Jamaicans, if I'm allowed to say that. And when they came to Gambia and they started dating the younger men, they thought it was going to be like Jamaica. And they were very disappointed when they...
So, guys, are you hearing this? So these are, 100% passport grannies. So you see, they are telling you all the different places they go to. So in Jamaica, the bumpsters there, they are called the stallions, I guess, right? So these guys hang around the beach over there. So with these people, what they want to do is they want to just come and blend in and say, oh, it's just a black thing. But you see how she's laughing. So now, like I said, with most of these older black women, you're not going to get the honesty. You're not going to get the whole truth from them. Because their ego, they also have to pretend. Now, she's going to say, these guys in the Gambia on the beach are not rocking their boats, but they keep coming back. If Jamaica is better, why aren't they over there? Once they discovered Gambia and Ghana, like I'm confused. If they want me to believe them, Jamaica is still there. But if you're telling me it's not about that, then what is it then? Here we go.
They were dating these Gambian men that they were very different in terms of their physique, in terms of their skill, and in terms of their size, etc. So a lot of the women that we spoke to said it was not about sex. And some of the older women said that actually, after a certain age, sex was not a problem for them. The younger men were hormonal, and it caused a major issue because the younger men wanted sex, a lot of sex from these older women, and the older women were just not really into that much sex as the Gambian man was. So at the end of the day, the older women are saying they're not dating these men for sex. If they need sex, they can get sex in the West. If they need sex, they can go to Jamaica or another country and get a stallion and be with them. So what seemed to come out was this older woman is with a Gambian man.
Guys, I call BS on that. Really, guys, think about it. She's literally, yeah, MS Delta said BS. Yes, I call BS on it too. Mind you, so you have to listen to what the person is saying. Don't just jump. She's describing other places, right? So this is probably coming new to you on the internet, but this is a thing. Exactly, St. James. Quite a contradiction. She is contradicting herself. So, but let's continue.
For relationship and also for a commitment. So then we also talk to these women. We say, well, do you invest in these young men? Do you promise them a visa and then you've got no intentions of taking them to the West? And they've said no. Some of the women have said, I've taken my husband to the West. He lives in the West and he's still with me. If he was using me, he wouldn't be with me. He would have come to the West and run off. But he's come to the West, he's embraced my children. We look after his family back in the Gambia and we look after his children back in the Gambia, and we've made a life for ourselves. A lot of these relationships are like 15, 20 years old and they're still together. The men are still with the women.
Again, that's in the minority. Majority of these relationships, once they take it out of the shores of the Gambia and the guy gets into Europe and he understands things, it doesn't work. But she's claiming this thing. I mean, maybe it works for one or two or few people, but majority of the time it doesn't.
Some of these relationships, the women have said to the men, I don't want to go back to the West, I'm staying in the Gambia. And the men agree to stay in the Gambia and also to build a life in the Gambia. Some of the women buy the men a car so they can taxi. They buy the men a business so they can do a business in the Gambia or a joint business with a woman in the Gambia. So they actually invest in these men that are their partners in the Gambia. So there's a lot to be looking into. It sounds very sleazy. Oh, they come to the Gambia, they're having sex with the guys, and then they're making loads of promises and going off. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. It does happen and it does need to stop. But I think the men in Gambia are more wise to that at the moment. Men know if a woman is coming and she's using you and she's going off, the men know who's using who. So the men know that you're using them. So then the men are using the women and the women know the men are using them. Who gives a damn then? If everybody is over consensual age, who cares? If the men are wise enough and the women are wise enough and they come on holiday and they do whatever they do and then go their separate ways, then that is to them. But the issue is when an older woman dates a young...
So guys, did you hear that? She is arguing with herself. I dropped the link. I want you guys to come in and join in. But she is arguing with herself, guys. 1 minute ago, it was okay. This is normal. But then another minute, who cares, if they're all consenting adults? Like, she is all over the place. All over the place. MS Delta said, let me see the paperwork. Are the men the owners on paper? Exactly. Yes, that's a good question. The paperwork has to be seen too. But here we go.
Gambian man who draws her in with promises.
And guys, I dropped the link. Jump into the conversation whenever. I'll just continue going, analyzing this as we go. And please, when you come in, make sure your audio, everything is good. And remember, let's not interrupt one another. And profanity is a zero tolerance. Thank you. Here we go.
I love you. I want to be with you. I want to be your husband. Some of these women have not heard anything romantic for a long time. Some of these women have coming out of bereavement. Their spouses, their husbands have died. Some of these women have spent their whole lives growing up their children. Some of these women have gone through divorce and have not had no relationship, no intimacy with a man for over 20 odd years. So when the Gambian man comes out of the loving university.
So you see, the truth is coming out slowly, right? Oh, we could have gone to Jamaica. So these people, mind you, call themselves repats. They are the pan-Africans. You see? Pan-Africans, they want to build Africa. But let's continue.
the University of Love, and tells this woman, I want to be with you. I love you. I want to marry you. You have to marry me. It's part of my religion. I can't be with you without being married to you. I'm going to be with you for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter if you can't have children. If you can't have kids, that's okay. Allah might make a miracle and bless us, and we might have children anyway. But I just want to be with you. Sometimes to a woman, that is music to her ears. She gets confused. And it's the first time in a long time she's heard this. And if that man is not genuine and he's after her money, he's after her home, he's after what he can get from her, then the woman gets hurt. So that is where we need to really look.
Jama is asking, said, a Gambian man romantic? Hey, granny passport holders, they might be the best people to answer this. And this is their podcast. She's telling you. Apparently, these guys, they can write entire poems out for you, you know? Even though many, missed the day they were teaching, pronouns in class. Many Gambians missed class on that day because they get the pronouns mixed up so bad. They would call he, she, he. They would call a woman guy, the other way around. So most of them might want to clean up that before they come to America, because these days you got to be clear about what you mean, or else you might find yourself in a pickle jar. Here we go.
At those kinds of relationships, the women need to have their eyes and ears open and listen to other women who may have been through it. The woman needs to listen to her intuition to see and to know whether she believes this relationship is real or not. And the same with the Gambian man. When the woman comes, I've seen women come to the Gambia and she goes with this guy and promises him a visa. She goes and gets free taxi rides and promises the taxi man a visa if he gives her free taxi rides. I've seen her go into clubs and talk to the guys that own the clubs. Yes, I want to come every week to the club. I'm going to get you a visa. And these women go and promise all these men visas. Tell all these men, I've got loads of money and I'm going to get you a visa. I'm going to bring you.
So guys, check this out. Are these women victims? Are these the Pan-Africans? These women, they are gaming, they are pulling games on these poor souls there in the Gambia, telling them they're gonna hook them up with visa. See, they don't even have money. They are getting free taxi rides, free drinks, just telling the guys that, yeah, I'll help you go to Europe. This is why the Gambian men, African men, they have to wake up and see their own blessing and work on it. They got women coming there, playing them. So, yeah, reverse scam. Game Duel, you're right. They are using reverse visa scam. There's something about these people, they just can never stop scamming. Imagine scamming bumpsters. I hope the bumpsters are watching. You better step up your game because you're getting finessed by passport grannies.
To the UK or bring you to the US. I've seen it with my own eyes. And you realize this woman has no intentions of bringing anybody anywhere. So again, the Gambian men need to wise up and have their ears open and their eyes open. So when these women are coming trying to con them and trying to con things out of them in order just to get free this and free that. Yes, the diasporan, there's freeness in the diasporans. They're looking for freeness. They want free accommodation. They want free cab rides. They want free meals in a restaurant. Yes.
Are you guys hearing this? So these women, the blacks, diasporans, not just UK, America. So these people are used to this free stuff. Imagine they say the place is poor. These poor people who must have, many of the dudes have to become gigolos. They want free stuff from the poor people. Can you imagine that? Let's continue.
It happens as well in Africa. Not everybody that comes from the West have money. Not everybody that comes from the West that says they're affluent is affluent. Do not think everybody from the West has money. So when the women are promising you this as Gambian men, do not listen to them. If your intuition says something's not right, then it usually is correct. And the women, if there's an intuition about these men, you think they're just making promises, investigate, find out for yourself, listen to your intuition, and don't rush into anything. Okay, now just to say,
So this is the Passport Granny podcast. She is giving them game, right? Literally, like, so this is the game show. You know, the Passport Bros thought they had it good. It's nowhere compared to the Passport Grannies Black Edition. So, yeah, even though she's British, but people that the ADOS people, FBA, Black American, yeah, they're in the scene too. Just FYI.
I'm going to go back to the babies thing. If an older woman from the diaspora is dating a younger man, and that younger man doesn't have any children, it doesn't matter how much he says to you, it doesn't matter. Sometimes the Gambian man believes that you can have a child. You could be in your 50s, 60s, sometimes even 70s. And that Gambian man may believe you can have a child. And I'm saying this because I've experienced.
Guys, I don't believe that. I mean, you know, like this, come on, I get it. You might run into some who are idiots, but they are not that much of idiots. But you know what? We'll just take her word for it because, I mean, the people that are dealing with this are some strange characters. You know, we can't lie. So maybe because we never had the chance to explore these people's mind, maybe they are in fact this freaky. We never know. They probably just found their match. Is that a possibility? Because maybe in America, people are free to just be weird, no problem. So these people just found their match. And they have no problem showing how weird they are too. Here we go.
I've spoken to men and they've said to me that this woman can have a baby. This woman can have a baby. And I've actually had to sit down with Gambian men and talk about reproduction. And then I got it. I understood what the problem was. What the problem is some Gambian women look very old. They look older, yeah? So a Gambian woman that is of age 35 can look a lot older. And the reason being is that she's working hard. She's been through a lot. She's going to the garden, she's having babies, she's dealing with the other wife, she's dealing with her husband, and she's had it really hard.
So people that are doing the gardening and stuff like that, these are like in the villages or even if it's in the city. So you want to tell me this is like the common people? No, the people in the villages, yeah, maybe some of them might come to the beach side, move there to the city. That does happen. But these bumpsters, that's not their standard. They live in the city area. They've been mingling, so their standard is not the garden women. So this is confusing, but let's continue.
And the way she dresses, sometimes she doesn't dress unless she's going to a naming ceremony or a wedding, and then she looks wow. So if you want to know what a Gambian woman looks like, go to a wedding or a naming ceremony. They are phenomenal. They're the most beautiful women in the world. Yeah. But the boys see them, their children see them as old women. And there was an element of that when I was younger. I used to look at my mum and see her as an old woman. But the way the West is now, there was almost a catch up between the older generation and the younger generation. And what happened was the older generation and the younger generation started listening to the same music in the 90s. They started wearing the same fashion. They started watching the same things on TV. And there was that gap was closed between the older generation and the younger generation. So when that generation now comes to the Gambia, the way they dress, the way they think, the way they act is very youthful.
So basically they are refusing to act their age. So, you know, women do this, especially in the West. They are bringing the same thing. It's mental gymnastics. Just like, you know, they try to shame you into, you know, playing daddy to their child who they made by Pookie and left him. They want you to play daddy. So if you don't do it, you are a weak AS man. You know, the same tactics. So she's telling herself here, yeah, it's like, it's the TV, because she's going by the TV BS, saying that's what, determine how she lives her life. So imagine, the older passport bros, the white dudes or the black older passport bro, you know, explaining, niggas explaining their way like this, talking about, hey, reason why I'm over here in Thailand, trying to get me some young woman is because, I've been watching Love and Hip Hop, and I'm seeing all these old chicken heads refusing to retire, and I'm same age as them. And I'm looking at it, they continue to be three or fours, making porn videos, and they're with the younger men. So therefore, I'm thinking that since I'm watching that TV, therefore I'm young too. It is the TV's fault. You'll be like, nah, come on. Right? You'll be like, nah, you a creepy old man. Same woman would say that. But let's continue.
So going back to the Gambia now, the older women in the Gambia, not older, but the women of say 35 in the Gambia look older. When they have a child, their children now think, my mum's old and she's had a baby. And some of these Gambian boys and girls are having babies while their mothers are having babies. So what happens is when an older woman comes from the West, they believe that...
Really? Who are these people she is speaking of? Like, really? Okay. A minute ago, she said, I'll just leave it at that. Let's continue.
That woman is the same age as their mother or younger, because a lot of times that woman looks younger than their mother. So when the woman says, I'm not going to have any more children, they believe she can. And some of these men have even told me that they got married to the woman believing that she was able to have a child because my mum can have a child. They'd say, my mum's had a child.
Guys, no, truly, I understand. Like the passport grannies, now you are understanding why, like these women are just crazy. Seriously, like, so the white passport grannies, they don't exaggerate things like this. They just are like, hey, look, I found me this dude who's giving me happiness, second life. The way she speaks, she's pretty much giving the middle finger to the rest of all of us to let us know, hey, it is your opinion. Do you see the white passport grannies coming online talking about, man, it is the Gambian diaspora, people like Afridamus complaining. They just are like, hey, as far as we're concerned, even if Afridamus himself becomes poor, he can get it too. That's what they're thinking. If he becomes poor and he comes on that beach, he can get it too. So he can talk all that mess he wants. We know what time it is. But no, the black passport grannies, they're going to pretend, oh, we want to reconnect with the motherland. Sure, the motherland. 400 years of slavery. You see? 400 years of slavery. We want to connect with our people. But now, oh no. She's telling us, Gambians, there is common, while both the children and their parents giving birth, having children at the same time. She's telling us this is common. Okay. I don't know, maybe in the last 20 years when I left, but last I checked, I'm not familiar with it. But all right. All right.
So she's going to have a child. And the woman would say, I can't have any more children. And they'd say, Allah's going to bless us. Allah's going to bless us and the miracle will happen and you'll have a child. They truly believe, some of them, that you are going to be able to have a child.
Yeah, the Gambians, they live in biblical times. trying to turn all these grannies into Sarah, Abraham's wife. I guess that's what's happening. Lord, I'm 99 years old. Don't worry, the Lord would bless you with a child, and we shall call this child Chimazi. Chimazi shall save the race. Oh yeah, it's biblical, right? Okay. Okay, Sarah, get your groove on. Let's go.
So you need to, if you're going to date a younger man in the Gambia, you need to explain to him and persuade him that you have gone through the menopause cycle and you cannot have any children. And if you're going to date a Gambian man who's younger, who has no children, you've got to think about the fairness of being with him if you don't want him to have another wife. Because somewhere along that line, the Gambian man is going to want children. The Gambian man's family may pressure him to want children, and him himself may want children, especially as his peer group are going to be having naming ceremonies and birthday parties and going to school and talking about their children. Your husband or your Gambian boyfriend is going to want to be part of that. So you need to think about how you're going to take away from him not having children. So that.
See, these guys are setting up a whole different lifestyle that they wrote the script is going to go like that. So you think these bumpsters don't know, like, you are old, like you can't have a child? Like, seriously, this woman wants us to believe that these guys are so ignorant, they don't know this. Okay.
That conversation has to happen, because it's not fair for you to date a younger Gambian man and tell him that you want to be exclusive, tell him he can't have any other wife, and expect him to live out his years without any children. Now, one of the things I always hear when we go around and we're talking to people is older women will say, what on earth does an older diasporan woman have in common with a young Gambian boy over the age of 20? What on earth are you going to have in common? You're 55 and he's 25. What the hell are you guys going to have in common? I can talk to my husband or my partner about our schooling. We can talk about the food that we ate. We can talk about our parents' life together. We can talk about...
Guys, how come, the same guys, same age, they are all over the UK? They have plenty of Gambians in the UK. How come they don't have nothing in common with those people, even though they're in the same environment with those people, raised with them in that environment? But now all of a sudden you travel this guy all the way across the Atlantic, you didn't grow up in the same culture, but all of a sudden you just have this magical connection that, is just from heaven. You have everything in common. I mean, it's kind of weird, guys. Isn't that what do they call it? Yeah, exactly. Like, grooming. They call it grooming. You know how, like, these older, pedophiles would mimic, like, mimic younger women, younger children to lure them in. Because you are older, you know how people at that age they think. So you pretend to be in the same mindset as them, so you can lure them into your web. Let's just call it for what it is. That's how I see it.
About the places we've traveled. What on earth are you going to have in common with a young Gambian boy? What are you going to talk about? What are you going to, and they seem so up on this. Now, I've spoken to women who are dating young Gambian men, and they're like, well, it's the same as dating somebody in another country. What are you going to have in common? What I've been told by one woman, she said, youthfulness. When you hang with young people, you are young. You feel young. You feel vibrant. And part of the relationship is not knowing about your partner, but getting to know about your partner. Now, one of the things that struck me was...
So now all of a sudden they're relationship expert, Jama, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, shout out to the bumpsters. Get your money, bros. Thank you for the super chat. So I don't know, like, This woman, they created their own little fantasy, just like they were talking about the connection through the skin color, the repat community, all that stuff. This is all fantasy, right? The reality is, I knew there was like an underlying, there's something else, they're not telling you. But that's the something we know, we're learning about here.
In Jamaica, I remember going to Jamaica when I was younger. And in Jamaica, you would have little 12-year-old boys stepping up to you. You know, what? Yeah, I mean, he's a big man. And you're like, no, you're a little boy. But with Jamaicans, and I reference Jamaicans, you can have a young guy in Jamaica from the age of 12, 13 years old. He's had to look after himself. He's had to fend for himself. He's had to go out, in Gambian terms, we call it rabba rabba. He's had to go out and rabba rabba, try and get money to see himself through school. He's had to learn to iron his clothes. He's had to learn to fix his shoes, and he's had to learn to fix his...
Guys, did you hear that? 12 years old, right? 12 years old. So you guys want to tell me that it is like the men that they hunt around in all these different places are the ones doing this? Like, think about it. Chris Hansen needs to be sent to Jamaica and these places. Did you guys remember when these same people, they were making a big deal talking about, oh, the white people are coming? You remember when they were saying, oh, the white people are here, messing with the young people in this country, in Gambia, nobody's saying anything? You have to listen to people talk long enough. You will understand what the standard is. But here we go.
His food and keep his space clean and tidy. The responsibility from a very young age in a Jamaican boy sometimes is more than the responsibility of a spoilt Western 50-odd-year-old man. And what I see is similarities in the Gambia. You can meet a guy in the Gambia of 20. That 20-year-old man in the Gambia, because he's not a boy, he's a man. If he's 20, he's a man. And even more so in the Gambia. The responsibilities of this 20-year-old man in the Gambia, a lot of them have had to fend for themselves. A lot of 20-year-olds were put in the boys' quarter when they were young. Yeah, they were in a compound with multiple families. And in that compound with multiple families, multiple wives, and they call them aunties, they built a boys' quarter. And that boys' quarter is where the boys will go and stay when they're a certain age.
Guys, she is nigger-splaining here. She is stalling. Just spit it out, lady. So she wants you, she's trying to paint you all these pictures like, okay, yeah, this guy have to hustle. So she's making it seem like this is everybody. So, all right, fine. The guy got to hustle. He got to take care of these people. Let's continue. What's that have to do with dating older Western women? Let's go.
Now, some Gambian guys have said to me, when I was 12, I was told to go into the boys' quarter, which meant that's where I ate, that's where I slept. And I was there with my older brothers or older uncles. And when they were in the boys' quarter, they were exposed to a lot of things. They were exposed to things on the TV that if they're in the family home, they wouldn't have been exposed to. They were exposed to their older siblings doing things with the other,
Guys, she is totally making this up as she goes. Unless she's explaining Jamaica and replacing it with saying Gambia. No. But we'll let her continue. All right.
That they wouldn't have been exposed to. So when they're in this boys' quarter, I don't know if mum and dad know what's going on in the family home in the boys' quarter. But a lot of Gambian guys said that.
Mind you guys, when they were talking about the white people, no justification, no this, cutting corners, straight shot. They are taking advantage of the people. But she is trying to explain this to justify their behavior, what they are doing. Right? So, fine. Yeah, the guy got a hustle, blah, blah, blah. If you wanted to help, you'd say, oh, you want to help, like you guys speak about. You can help him without getting naked with them, right? You can just help him without getting naked. But here we go.
They were exposed to a lot when they lived in the boys' quarter. And then sometimes they were felt so pressure that they needed money and they couldn't continue schooling and they had to go out and look for a job. And some of them ended up leaving the family home. So they ended up being independent from a very young age. They had to learn to cook. That's why Gambian guys are good cooks. A lot of them are good cooks. They had to learn to cook. They had to learn to rabba. They had to learn to fend for themselves. They had to learn to...
Guys, that's not even common. Most Gambian men don't know how to cook. Cooking and all this is like women are the ones that do this. Most Gambian men don't know how to cook till they come to the Western world or they live by themselves. You're living in a compound where, what type of compound is she even explaining? That's not even a thing. Most Gambian men do not know how to cook until they leave. You're not going to go to Gambia and see men cooking. That's not even a thing.
Pay bills for themselves. They had to create or find a peer group on the beach or in town and live amongst each other and support each other. I didn't understand the relationship between Gambian men from when I first came to Gambia 14, 15 years ago. I understand it now because Gambian men are peers. They have to stick together because sometimes...
Mimi wants to know if I was in the boys' quarter. I was the head of the boys' quarters, I guess. But guys, all jokes aside, you hearing, so she's been going 13, 14 years. Quite a long time, right? All right, let's let her tell us.
They are thrown out there into the world to fend for themselves, thrown in the lion's den to bring back food and sort yourself out. The girls are more sheltered and they're cared for until they get married. So a lot of Gambian men are fending for themselves. So what I'm saying is the maturity sometimes of a Gambian man or the maturity of a 20-year-old Gambian man sometimes is higher than the maturity of a man in his 50s in the West who's been spoiled or mollycoddled.
Okay, so she went all around just to come and tell. So she is trying to tell us that the younger man, 20-year-old Gambian, is more mature than a 50-year-old in the West. Like this is a normal, like she's telling us this is normal. Okay. And she wants you to believe this. Wow. She is stalling. Guys, please get the likes up, man. Get the likes up so we can, get this story out there so people can join in and enjoy the conversation. And guys, the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. Hit the link, come in and join me in the conversation. Our movement said 20 is the new 50. I guess. My mind is blown. I guess. Mimi said, sis, most of Gambian men don't cook. They put all the pressure on women. Mimi, it's not a pressure. Okay? You're supposed to know how to cook that benachin and the chicken yassa. It's not a pressure. Should be happy to do it. Thank you.
Some men in the West, in their 50s, still live with their mothers. Some have gone back because of broken relationships. And
hold on, guys. What is happening in Black England? What is happening in Black England? 50, she's telling, so this is common in Black Britain where, 50-year-old men are living with their mama. Is this what is common there? Because that's not the common thing here in America. In America, people want to live alone. So she's throwing shades at the 50-year-old men, just like, when the passport bros, they leave, they throw shade at the American women. So she's throwing shades at the 50-year-old Black British men. So she's pretty much calling them losers. For some reason, she is praising the between the teenage and 20-year-old, 12 to 20. Okay, let's continue.
Vice versa, but some of them are still not independent. Some of them have run around and had baby mothers all over the place and have never taken responsibility for their children, never really taken responsibility for themselves. So in terms of what you've got in common, sometimes these guys who are younger than you are more mature. With a Gambian man, Gambian men are not afraid to cook. They're not afraid to keep the place clean, and they are not afraid to support you as a woman. They might not be able to financially support you, but they're not afraid to support you in terms of whatever you are doing.
Why would they be afraid? Why would any man be afraid to support you? So I guess this is a pattern with, so the passport grannies, got something in common with the passport bros. That's because they raise most of the passport bros, especially the new versions. So she's throwing a lot of shades at the 50-year-olds in the UK. But let's go.
If you're going to the shopping, or if you're or building a business, or whatever you're doing, they will support you and bring people in that can also support you. One woman said to me, V, what have I got in common with a Gambian man? My God, she said, I'm learning a new language. I'm learning a new culture. This is just so fantastic. It's so vibrant. It's like starting a new life over again. Yeah, they say opposites attract. So it's not always about what you have in common with a Gambian man or a younger Gambian man. Now, in terms of diaspora women dating younger men, I'm going to just remind you, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. Yeah.
So yeah, basically, uplift mind. Good question. So so Gambian men are good housewives. That's pretty much what she's describing. So she's saying, if you want a man that can be a housewife, you would find them there. Or if you want, a slave, she's telling you how to make a slave. Audrey said, it's two extremes. You either get kicked out at 12, like she described earlier, or the mother shelters them for the rest of their lives. Well, UK guys better wake up. That's not the way. You can't be living with mama for the rest of your life, But here we go.
In terms of older women dating younger men, it's not always bells and whistles, and it's not always lovey-dovey and beautiful. We have been inundated with emails of actually the opposite as well. One of the stories that stuck is a lady emailed me, and she said that she met a young Gambian guy. She's 55 and he was 26. She met a young Gambian guy on Facebook. He started messaging her, and he basically, she said, sent her some beautiful poems. He sent her poems and little messages, and she said they were just so romantic.
So more than likely, this guy doesn't know his pronouns well. He doesn't know the difference, but now he's writing poems. Okay. All right, Shakespeare, let's go.
Romantic, and he was just absolutely just perfectly romantic with her. And he called her, she called him.
Guys, remember I told you I used to be an officer in the prison. So you have people who, like they would write letters to the women outside. They're females. So you would think they are smart, but there's sometimes like a certain particular inmate who, for whatever reason, he didn't go to public school. He was private. Probably he went to private school. Eventually, he thought he was gangster. Now he's in prison. So they would pay this guy. There was a guy, his nickname, they used to call him True in one of the blocks I used to run. So True used to be the man who writes the poems for, letters for these guys. They would line up, they would pay him. They call it soups, but it's noodles, tap ramen noodles. So they would pay him. He would write them the letters. So is this bumsters? Are they having some high school kid write poems? MS Delta is laughing. He said poems. Yeah. So these bumsters are working hard for their money. They are writing poems to these women. But let's continue.
A lot of times he talked about poverty, so she sent him credit so that he could call her when she couldn't call him. And he spoke to her for about 3 months. and then she planned to visit the Gambia. He asked her to come and stay with him. He lived with his mother and his 3 sisters. He said that he had never been married, but he had a daughter. Yeah,
Guys, do you know how hard it is to get a Gambian to sit there and write something for you? You want me to believe these guys are writing poems just because they are romantic? They are writing you poems. Okay. I mean, the world just keeps getting stranger and stranger. As I keep digging in, it seems like I don't even know my own country anymore. Like this, you have romantic men, they're writing poems to Western women. But you guys have seen the interviews here. You want to tell me those guys know how to write poems? I'm not judging, but let's just keep it real. Okay.
had a 6-year-old daughter who lived with him and his mother and his sisters. So she went on to a Gambian forum because she's never been to the Gambia before. So she went on a Gambian forum and she asked them, is it safe for a woman to come to the Gambia? I've met somebody and he wants me to come and stay with him. And the Gambian forum said to her that you need to stay in a hotel. It's okay for a woman to go on her own as long as you know people there, but you need to stay in a hotel. Do not go to somebody's house if you do not know them. So she said she chose to stay in a hotel in the Senegambia area, and she told him she's going to stay in a hotel, and he said that's fine. And she booked and went to the Gambia. In the email, she said, V, I had a great time. He showed me all around Gambia.
And guys, the funny thing is, like Visionary of Love said, they send the same poems to all their women. Exactly. You pay for one poem, all you gotta do is copy paste. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, credit where credit is due. Gambian men got game. Yeah, this is wild. Thank you for the super chat, guys. So yeah, it's copy paste. It's not like you're getting a fresh new poem. So hold on. Wow, he said there's a Bumster handbook on how to get foreign women. So this is it's a thing. It's like a school, Bumster school. How to make it on the beach side. Here we go.
Gambia, all of the tourist areas. She said it was wonderful and I loved Gambia. She said the only thing that struck me is in the rural areas, the level of poverty was high. She said some of the things that he was telling me, I realized were very true in terms of poverty. He took her to his home. She said, I met his mother, I met his 3 sisters, and I met his beautiful daughter. And she said it was just wonderful. She said the only thing is that the way he talked to her in the texts and on Messenger on Facebook was quite different to in real life. But she said that was just beside the by. I just let that go, and we had a wonderful time. She said
that's because he was copying and pasting, right? What she doesn't want to reveal here is, all right, the way the things he was writing, the grammar was way too good. When she met him, the guy probably kept referring to the woman, instead of a she, he kept referring to her as he, or saying guy. And it started dawning on her like, all right, wait, there's no way Longstroke Lamin wrote this. But mind you, so that would be considered catfishing, right? But what is it about her? After 2 months, not her exactly, but her friend. I don't know if that's her, but she's saying her friend flew in, found out, okay, this guy sounds different from the Texas. But she didn't jump back on the plane. She just overlooked it. If it's true. Let's continue.
Came for 2 weeks to the Gambia, and towards the end of the second week, he talked about having a serious relationship. He talked about his religion, he talked about his culture, and he talked about getting married. And she said, I laughed it off. I thought, what are you talking about? I've only known you for 2 weeks, but there we go. She said she went back home, and when she went back home, she continued to talk to this man almost on a daily basis. She said he just professed his love for her every time she spoke to him, and he made her feel great. She said that she had not had a relationship for many, 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 many years. And even when she did have a relationship, the person wasn't attentive. She didn't have all this romance. She said this guy was so romantic. The messages he wrote to her just made her feel so beautiful inside. So she said that she was persuaded then to go back to the Gambia 6 months later. She said she went back to the Gambia 6 months later.
So, what is this story talking about the poems? Like, she went, she saw, and the guy doesn't match what he's writing. She thought the guy was crazy. Why would she marry? Within 6 months, she returns. Like, are you guys peeping the game here? Like, why don't these women just come out and tell us, hey, this is what we're doing. We faked it. We said we are Black power people. You know, we're there to empower the Africans. Stop saying you're empowering the Africans. You talk about the people you're there to empower. You know, show us those videos. But no, now they want to, you know, explain their way into this. Let's continue.
And she married him. She married him. She said, I don't know how it happened, but we got married. She said, I wasn't really there. He said I had to become a Muslim. I became a Muslim. She goes, I can't even tell you the steps. So she said, I became a Muslim. He went to the mosque and we married. And we're married. She said, the next step is to go to justice. But I didn't do that because I didn't really understand. And I said to him, let's hold on with that. But I got married to him. So he's now my husband. So she's married to him. She said she found out after all these messages that he used to send to her, all these love texts that he used to send to her. She found out afterwards that he couldn't actually read or write. And he had a best friend that was sending these messages.
Guys, did you not see that coming? What am I, Cleo? A psychic? Yeah, the guy cannot even read or write. He had a friend who could read and write. But did it really matter? Did it really matter to her? You think she didn't know that the guy cannot read or write? Come on, who is she fooling?
So she said his best friend would send messages on his behalf to her, and his best friend would send messages for other guys as well who couldn't read and write. And these messages they got from the internet. So she said she then went back to all of the messages that he'd been sending her on Facebook, and she Googled them and found all of the messages. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but she found all of the messages on quotes and on websites on Google. So she said, that was the first warning for me. She said subsequently, sorry, my throat. She said,
so these people, they play their own granny passport games. But now all of a sudden, you know, I mean, she was loving it. She's married. Now she got a problem with the dude copying and pasting. Come on now. Let's just keep it real. The guy went to Bumster school, found other Bumster writers. Apparently they have ghost writers. Let me read MS Delta's, code. MS Delta, you're gonna cause some of these Bumsters to steal this line. My poem, honey, come visit me in the Smiling Coast. I'll give you the most. Let's get married. Let's go all the way. I am your man. I am your Kunte Kinte. MS Delta, thank you for this super chat. This is cracking me up. This is wild. Judah, if you got time, Judah, call in. Yeah, I know. I'm able to make out what you're trying to say. So the Bumsters have ghost writers. Here we go.
Subsequently, I found out that his 3 sisters, he has sisters, but he has 2 sisters. The third sister was his wife. And she said the wife was there preparing the wedding and pretending to be his sister.
So it was So the guy who cannot read and write, so the passport grannies are coming with their game. He was able to set this whole thing up according to her. It's like a family affair. So his wife is his sister. So all the people there are his wives. It sounds like. So this is wild, guys.
And the little girl was her daughter and his daughter. So he was still married to his wife. And she said, what I found out is that sometimes in the Gambia, the wives support the husband marrying.
I think MS Delta, you can become a very good bumpster ghost writer, because those words are very sentimental. That would make any of these passport grannies run straight to the smiling coast. We might have to monetize this ghost writing for them.
Somebody from abroad, from the West, because the wife then knows that she will be looked after by this woman. So the wife then will go along with a lie. The whole family will go along with a lie. And I have to say, I've seen it before where the whole town or neighborhood, village goes along with the lie, pretending it is his sister.
Guys, you see what they are doing now? So now they are indicting not only the family, now it's the entire town and village who is part of this. So it just cannot be that the story is between these people, but now all of a sudden it's a conspiracy. It's not like, okay, we can understand if his family is in on it, but now is the whole town. Like, what are we doing? All right, let's continue here.
When it is really his wife. And when the sisters, I've even seen it where the sisters had a baby, another baby. And he says, we're going to the naming ceremony, it's my sister's baby, and it's his baby. So she said she went through so much that she just thanked God that she did not marry him in justice. So in the Gambia, there are two marriages. There is the Muslim marriage where you become a Muslim and your husband.
But guys, you remember in the beginning, she was talking about how some of these reparts are pimping the guys out, telling them they're gonna get them visas so they can get free drinks, free cab rides and stuff like that. So now they met, according to her, Longstroke Lamin, who could not read or write, is the one, pulling the actual game. Like, what's going on here? So like sometimes you see this like online or in Britain, Europe, someplace, they would say, oh, this Gambian man, you're scamming the white women. They're running off with their money. So I don't know what's going on here. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat. Who is scamming who in these scenarios?
Husband will go to the mosque and get married and then come back home to you and have a celebration. Then there is the legal marriage where it's recognized around the world that you are legally married. So if anything happens and that is your legal husband, anything happens to you, your husband is your next of kin. So they're the two types of marriage. So when you get married at the mosque, you don't really need to go through a formal divorce. So when she went back to the UK, she just trashed it all. She said, V, I found out years later, and I'm so glad I didn't go through the legal route. If so, I would have had to have a legal divorce. Now, I have to say, we've been inundated with emails from women that have got the same story, where they've married the man said he's not married, younger man as well. He said he's not married. He said he hasn't got any children. They believed him because he's quite young, only to find out that he is married and he has got children. So it's not always easy. Another story is quite tragic. I heard a woman, she was in her 70s and she got married to a young Gambian man. He was in his 30s. He was 35. He said that he was not married. Again, he said he wasn't married. He didn't have any children. He was a professional in a professional profession. And she came over, she married him, they bought a house and they settled. He then produced a wife and 4 children. He produced a wife and 4 children to this woman and said, this is my wife and children. The wife said, I'm not interested. I'm going to get a divorce. I'm going to leave the Gambia. He then turned quite violent towards her and said, you're not leaving over my dead body. You're going to leave the Gambia. You're not going anywhere. And if you do, I want this much money before you go. So a lot of times things can turn quite ugly because of a lie is told, and women are
So guys, remember a minute ago, these women were lying to these men about visas to get free stuff. Now all of a sudden, you know, now all of a sudden she recognized what lying is, but all along she didn't recognize the lie. MS Delta said, "May the best scammer win. All all is fair in love and war." I guess so. You're absolutely right. Uh, Judah over here talking about he wants to break Audrey's back, and Audrey's like, "Oh, I'm in Jamaica, not in Utah." Okay, Judah, Judah wants to use his passport to go see Audrey in Jamaica. Hey, Audrey, get that oxtail ready for Judah. He's on his way. You guys are crazy.
living in relationships, they're living in marriages that they find out their untruths. And sometimes these women can't go back to the West. They can't go back to their families because their families didn't support the relationship in the first place.
Judah want to shift Audrey's tectonic plate.
There's a lot of domestic violence situations where the young guy can be violent towards the older woman. Yeah. And then the other that we've heard from a Gambian man is that an older woman came to the Gambia and married him, showed him pictures of her house, showed him pictures of her big car, and told him that she had a great job, and she married him. She married him and got a visa and brought him over to her country. He said when he got to her country, she had a tiny apartment. He said her room was not much bigger.
Exactly. Like, and you're right. Bumster wants cash and visa, while Granny wants trick. The Granny wants to trick the Bumster, but the Bumster wants money and visa. And they know this, but they play the game until the game doesn't really work. Like MS Delta said, it's all fair. May the best one win. So I don't see who the victim is in these situations.
Than his room, and her apartment was probably about a fourth of the size of his whole compound at home in the Gambia. He said he couldn't work because he didn't have the proper paperwork yet to work, but she put him in a job in her friend's factory. He said she took his passport. He couldn't have a bank account, so every money he earned went into her account. And he said he had to work from morning till night. He said she didn't even have a vehicle. She showed him a picture of a car. She didn't have a car. And he said he worked, and she gave up her job, and she stopped working while he worked, and she had 3 children at home, and he worked and paid all the bills his money went into her bank account, and he paid all the bills and paid for her children, and he still had to cook and clean. So she
Guys, this is wild. I have a caller here. Chaotic in the building. Chaotic, I see you there. I'll bring you in for a minute. Give me a moment. MS Delta, thank you again. He said, Audrey, Judah couldn't even crack your knuckles. Judah. Yeah, Judah's trying to go to Jamaica for Audrey and shift her tectonic plate, I guess. So, Judah, they said you cannot crack it, man. Visionary said, exploiting is not scamming. Both are exploiting each other. I guess so. He says, Judah said, Audrey Kemi is going to be me and you today. You be tripping. I want to pay your trip to Salt Lake City. Audrey, you come into Salt Lake City to get some of that Mormon blessing from Judah. But here we go. Let me bring in Chaotic. Chaotic, welcome to the Afridamus Report. It's been a minute.
I saw your topic, Afridamus, and I was appalled. I just got done doing a live stream, so I may not know exactly what you're talking about so far, but any thought of Grannies doing anything? I mean, go ahead.
These are pan-African Grannies. They are over there in Gambia. She's explaining her law, trying to convince us that these young guys are truly into them. So it's all so they're promising these guys want visa and money.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Afridamus.
Is this real love? Is this real love?
No, obviously. I mean, I can understand. So in America, we have a term called gigolo. Are you familiar with that term, Afridamus?
Oh,
you are.
I'm on top of it.
Yeah, so a lot of young men will pretty much sell their bodies out to older women. I've seen it myself, 70,
Right.
80 years old.
Prostitutes.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, I find it repulsive, reprehensible. I don't think that I mean, I'm married now, but I never would have done anything like that.
Chaotic, if you were stuck on the beach over there in Lagos, and this Pan-African, this beautiful Pan-African, look. Look. So now she shows up. The visa is on.
I would stay in Nigeria. I would stay in Lagos. I would stay in I wouldn't know because
nothing would make her attractive to you.
It's not that you got to understand, man. For people who are watching, Afridamus is a great content creator. I'm glad he did this. It's not worth it. It's not, because you're dealing with an old, crazy, batshit woman, black or white, and first of all, they're crazy. And they're going to feel like they own you when they start, if they pay for your, food, whatever, visa, whatever, they feel like they own you. You don't want these types of women. It's not worth the hassle. Go ahead, sir.
But those guys, they like the white granny passport holders.
That's even worse. At least old black women age good, huh?
She's saying, this woman told a story earlier where this woman got played by a guy sending her poems, but it turns out this guy can't even read and write. But he convinced her to. She went all the way to Gambia, marries the guy, and now she all of a sudden sees that as a problem.
Ugh.
You wouldn't be writing her poems?
Absolutely not. No, you write poems to a 22-year-old, not a 82-year-old.
But she feels 22.
No, this woman shouldn't feel anything but her age, which is about 61.
MS Delta is sending this to you, Chaotic. He said, Chaotic, you got some grannies in your past. Chaotic through this good male stripper name.
No, not at all. Not at all. And again, thank you so much for that super chat, MS Delta. Audrey says Chaotic sliding down the stripper pole. Absolutely not. No, a lot of men have their limits, Afridamus. And,
but she's telling us that those men, in fact, love older women.
They probably do. But it's desperation, Afridamus.
You think they really do?
No, it's desperation for some sort of resource, like you say, a visa, money, something. But there's no way that anybody can actually look at these women and find them attractive. It's not that they're unattractive; it's they are old. They're old. I'm sorry. Listen, okay? So recently we had Raquel Welch, who died. Right, beautiful white woman. Yeah, she was smoking hot when she was old. But she was still old, though.
But she said this woman, they feel 22.
No.
Okay, you know what? Let's hear what she got to say.
Literally had him as a slave. And when he said to her he needs to send money home to the Gambia, she wouldn't allow it. She said, the money that you're earning is for me and my family here. And when he said to her, I need to go, can we go on a holiday to the Gambia? She wouldn't allow it. She would not allow them to go back to the Gambia on a holiday. And he found it really difficult because she took his passport and literally had him working. Now,
So you guys hear this? So she took the guy from the Gambia to the UK, kept his passport. So it's basically she kept a slave. Her own slave got the guy
That's
working.
What I was saying. Sorry, go ahead.
You're right, Chaotic. So she's thinking hey, I paid for him, so he's my slave.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Are you surprised that that's happening to the guy?
No, I'm not. Oh, Afridamus, I got to roll. Sorry, I got to take this call.
Okay, go for it.
Yep.
He's not the only Gambian that I've heard tell this story. There are quite a few Gambians, and they're quite afraid to admit to their families in the Gambia.
So, guys, So these women, they would bring these guys over, according to her. So they think, oh, I'm getting a visa, I'm going to the UK or wherever. So these guys are basically sex slaves, hiding them in the basement, guys. Hiding the dudes in the basement. So these women are vicious, guys. You know, these women are vicious. These are not your regular granny that brings you like, cookies and milk. Nah. These are kidnapping whole grown African and keeping them in the basement to keep them warm and working for them. So maybe you might have like seen some Gambian who always look in a hurry, scared somewhere there in the UK. Ask him, like, are you in trouble? Especially if they got a black granny passport holder. This sounds like they're the ones keeping them in the basement. So those of you in the UK, please do your research and try to help some of these sex slaves there. All right.
Gambia, that they're in this type of situation, and they're also afraid to come back to the Gambia with nothing, because they have nothing. If they leave that situation and come back, they have nothing. And many families will not accept people, their children or their siblings coming back to the Gambia and have nothing to show. They won't accept that. So a lot of times Gambian men will be suffering in the West when these older women have brought them over and literally just had them slaving or working for their family over there, and then not able to support his family. And we even had a Gambian man said he had to lock off his phone because his family was calling, and he couldn't explain anything to them because they didn't believe him. And they kept calling saying they needed support and they needed help, and he had to change his phone number. So there are tragic stories with dating with a Gambian man, younger Gambian man, and an older woman from the West. So there are pros and cons in both. And, we're in the middle. Is it right to date?
Guys, are you hearing this? So even though these guys think they're getting a visa and all that, so, to be able to keep the guy, to control them like that takes planning. So they already, they planned it out. So this other guy probably is thinking, I'm going to go there, work, support my family, disappear, whatever. But the passport granny got plans. So you look at these women, man, they are vicious. You would never have suspected this. And they are able to get away with the crime because, these men, they have too much pride to ask for help. If he was an old black man or old white man, they would be discovered quick and they would call it abuse quickly. I remember there's someone I know who, this white man went to Africa, brought some Ugandan woman over here in America. She was able to easily leave him. All she did was somebody talk her into going to one of those shelters. They stepped in, the police. Next thing you know, they put restraining order on that white dude. If he crosses the line, he goes to jail. So the women can easily conquer them. But with men, you will not know. Mal, I see you back there. Just hang tight. I'll bring you in.
A younger Gambian man as a diasporan woman. Is it right for an older Gambian man, or a younger Gambian man, should I say, to date a diasporan woman? Is it right for a diasporan woman to date a younger Gambian man? Does anybody care? If you're over the consensual age, does it really matter? Is it about age? Lots of young Gambian men say it's not about the age. So if you are over the age of 20, is it about the age? Is age just a number? Or is it about the age? And if it is about the age, then what is the acceptable age? Who says it's okay to date a 30-year-old, but not a 25-year-old? Who says it's okay to date a 35-year-old, but not a 30-year-old? Who says it's okay to date a 40-year-old, but not a 35-year-old? Who is setting those standards? And what are those standards then?
Here we go. She is just trying to justify what they are doing. So she's asking, hey, who's to say? Who decides? Good questions, though.
If there is a law that you cannot date a young
society, I guess. moral standards, common sense.
The Gambian man. What age is a younger Gambian man? What age is a Gambian boy then? I hear people say boys. What age is a boy? And this is what the forum that we had when we were discussing with women, this is one of the questions I asked. Well, what age is a boy? What is the appropriate age? Are we saying it's okay?
Yeah, isn't this is what R. Kelly got sent to prison for here in America? And all these women calling him, pedophile, disgusting, all that. So you can't take these people serious, man. And you better watch out and hold their feet to the heat.
Okay, if you're 10 years different, but 20 years different is wrong. It's okay that you're 5 years different, but 13 years difference is wrong. And I've heard women say that. Women will be like, well, I'm only 15 years different from my Gambian husband, so that's fine. But she's 20 years different, so that's not right. That's disgraceful.
Guys, remember, R. Kelly used to say, age ain't nothing but a number. And then we come to find out what he meant by this.
Oh, I'm 5 years different from my Gambian husband, so that's okay. But she's 10 years, and that's disgusting. I mean, what is the criteria? What are your thoughts on this? What do you think? Are you dating a younger Gambian man? Is it difficult? Are there differences? Are there huge differences? Do you believe that you might be able to fall in love with a younger Gambian man? Is it about love, or is it always about money? To be poor is a crime. I say that a lot. To be poor is a crime, and you see poverty in the Gambia. Does that mean it's going to be impossible for a younger Gambian man to fall in love with an older woman? Because it's not impossible in the West, so is it impossible in the Gambia? Or is it that 99% of young Gambian men with older women, it's going to be about the money? And if it is about the money and the older diasporan woman accepts that and the younger Gambian man accepts that, is there a problem? Should there be a problem with that? These are the questions that are being asked.
We would certainly answer those questions over here. Good questions, though. All right, Mal, welcome to the Afridamus report. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you too.
Okay,
Afridamus.
Mal, what?
Iko nyimbe ke Gambia inte baluta Gambia sanji tansaba sanji lulu nga security staff almost 11 years but nyinke membe fonte malong ni ko Gambian wakente jakal tele da moro huh?
you guys see how shocked Mal is. He can't even say it in English. That's how shocked he is. So Mal, what can you tell them in English what is shocking you from these conversations even?
Yeah, because I'm kind of confused. I have lived in Gambia all my life, so, and I've served the government for almost 11 good years. If somebody will know Gambia, I don't think somebody will know it better than me, so I've gone through, because, I think, if these people talk, is as if the entire Gambian youths are involved in this kind of business, when actually these are small number of people who even are not in the society, because the Senegambia, yes, they are hustlers. The Senegambia area and the residents of the Gambian people is quite different. These are tourist destination areas, and mostly people who go there are very poor people. You know what I'm saying? And also, it's not like these boys' quarters he is talking about. Even Afridamus, you've been living in the boys' quarters. That doesn't mean nothing bad, because you are a man. You should not be mixed with the ladies in the same room. So they build a small place where men stay. But that doesn't mean that those men staying in that room.
Mal, she's saying that in the boys' quarters, all this, so all these weird things are happening in the boys' quarters. You are exposed.
That is what I don't even get, because even the boys' quarters, okay, you are a Soninke. Soninke, they have boys' quarters everywhere. Mandinkas have boys' quarters. Well, everybody have boys' quarters in the Gambia. So, but the mom and the dad house will be closer to the door. You are not even mad, or even if you are drunk, to bring a lady inside your compound. For what? To have some affair? No. That's why sometimes I think it's something like I'm dreaming, or is something that is real. I cannot just get it.
So Mal, what do you think about this? Because this woman, she's like the Repart group, so she's speaking about most of the the ones they say they're there for the black power thing, but they are actually there for, it sounds like, looking for men. What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
no, the truth is they are just looking for men. And if you come to the Gambia, it's like any other country. It's a coastal area. So if you come there, obviously you go to the beach side, you meet people who actually are not educated. As you see, they are not educated. They don't have no jobs at all. Okay, so they will be lying to you to convince you. Even those people who are lying to you, they will not want to take you to their homes. What they will do is they will introduce you as their friend in their homes. And okay, if you guys want to get married, you have, because you cannot introduce a black American lady to your dad and saying, this is my girlfriend. He will kill you that day. You know? You see, so things doesn't work like that. So I see an incident where I was staying in Manjai, when I was working with the government. I was staying in Manjai. We have, because it's close to the beach side, you have a lot of Bombster boys in the town, okay, who goes to the river every morning. Their job, they don't, because their family is poor, they don't have no education. So what they will do is they will just go around the beach. They don't, because the police officers will send them out of the beach. So they will just stand at the corners there. If these people come, they will try to talk to them so that they can get some money from them. So it's just kind of a business. So if they go there, they're thinking those men love them. Those men never love them. They just need opportunity to travel to abroad. That's all they need.
Mal, you being a Gambian, what do you think about what she said that, in Gambia it's normal, like even Gambian older women to date young Gambian men? What do you think about that, Mal?
No, Afridamus, sometimes me, I'm just, because I don't have to answer this question, because the response to that question already. Because you grow born and brought up in Gambia. Will you ever seen, like, he's talking about 12-year-old being at the beach? I cannot even get that. Gambia is mostly, especially if you don't live in the beach area, the society is mostly predominantly Muslim, basically. So you don't do that. How can you be dating in Gambia even is secretive? This is what he should know. Nobody in a Gambian right sense with their mind do dating openly to their parents. No. Even if you are going to date, you got to date secretly with your parents and brothers. Nobody will be aware of it. But you don't do that in Gambia. I don't know any Gambian who will come to this point and say, oh, I have a girlfriend, I'm going to introduce them to my mom and dad. That is disrespectful in Gambia. You don't do that. How can you date even an older man in older ladies in Gambia when they are young girls? That Gambian men get married very quickly. At the age 25, 26, they are already married.
Well, this woman is saying that they get married young, 12, 13, get divorced, and they want young men. She said a bombster told her this. Do you think she's making it up? Did she hear this from a bombster?
No, that is what I'm saying. If she hear it from a bombster, she should know the stand of the bombster, because maybe the bombster is trying to explain tragedy story to her to convince her, I've gone through all of this, so I want you to, help me out, So because
trauma.
Exactly. Bombsters will never give you accurate information in Gambia. If they only bombsters you want to get your information, they will kill their mom, they will kill their dad, they will kill all their siblings just to Afridamus, this is a fact. I'm not telling you this. Bombsters will kill all their parents, for you, just to make sure that you give them some dollars, or you promise them to make them travel. And you see, these bombsters are not stupid, because they know that you are coming. You have that mentality of, people are suffering. They will also make themselves more suffer, for you to convince you. And at the end of the day, what you will understand, the bombster will want you to marry. If they want you to marry, then what they will take you to the mosque. That will show that this bombster is not stupid. They know that they will not be accepted in their homes without getting married. So they will take you to the mosque and get you married, eat your money. Already they have their women around. They will eat your money. And if you take them to Europe, they just find their way out. That's what they do.
Right. Let me read this real quick. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. Afridamus, let me take a page from my human resource office. be on the lookout for uneven power dynamics. They will get you a case. Exactly. I know exactly what you're saying, but apparently that rule doesn't apply over there. Thank you for the super chat. Let's bring in Jude. Jude, are you there, Jude?
Oh yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Jude, you heard the conversation, because, these are the Black Power people reparts. What do you want to add on to this? Because the question she's asking, are they exploiting the men, or the men are exploiting them, or even the man who couldn't read and write, who pretended and saying his wife was his sister, all that? What do you want to say to all this? Who is scamming who?
Afridamus, she made a whole lot of, statement, and it's gonna be hard to really, go back but this is the thing, right? This is the thing. I will start by telling you that the ghostwriters in the Gambia or in all these countries, right?
The bombsters that write the poems.
Why? These people are part and parcel of the Grannies, because this is what the Grannies do. They go to these countries and they find people that can actually speak a little bit of English, and they get involved with these people so they can scout for guys or young boys in the community.
Wait. Are you saying there's like a whole team?
It's a whole team. In America, you call these guys pimpers. These are the guys that pimp women. These are the middlemen. These are people that have a little bit of English language in them.
So you think the bombsters, they have like a well organized system
and
where they have their writers?
It's a well organized and premeditated ceremonies. All these things follow a pattern. These ladies already know these people that are writing these things. They know them. They work in the same society. These people are scouting. The guys that write, the guys they call them ghosts, these are people that scout, they pimp, they look for guys in the Gambia, they pimp these guys to old grannies. They are the middlemen.
But also, Judah, think about this though. See, the black repack, this, because mostly we see these older women talking about black power and stuff. But now we're seeing they want to date the younger men. So what do you think about the pan-African dating? Because obviously the old grannies are the ones definitely winning in that game. What do you say?
This is the thing, right? Pan-Africanism is being taken advantage of, right? They use this as a bigger umbrella to come to Africa and exploit. Look, I don't get mad when people go there and find their love, but when it is age different, that is the problem. That is the problem.
She said, who cares? Is they're adults.
Why? See, this is the thing, right? Who cares? Because the law in Africa hasn't even put the law. In America, it's a system. You cannot. There are certain things that you cannot do.
But a 20-year-old is an adult, right?
It's an adult in America. Doesn't mean is an adult in Africa.
No, she's saying the 20-year-old in Gambia is more mature than 50-year-old in the UK.
No, that was an understatement of what she said. But
was she capping? Was she just trying to justify?
She was capping, man. Even all these boys quarters and all these things, man. Those are all statements. Those are all unnecessary statements. Statement that doesn't hold any water, right? But this is a thing. This is a thing. Grannies that are moving to Africa and getting all these young boys, they are taking advantage of these people. That's why you made a statement that why are they not taking advantage of the guys that are already in Europe and America?
Mm-hmm.
They cannot do that. Why? Because these people are already established in Europe. They got money. They know what they want. But the ones in Africa, they don't. They don't have money. They look dusty. They are poor. These grannies, when they go back, the guys look up to them. They give them free meals at the hotels. They make them come to the hotel. Maybe for their first time.
Have you seen this hotel skit by Young Gambian? Did you see it?
I seen it, man. It was funny as hell, but
hold on, let me play it real quick so people can, because it's so prevalent. Like these guys, they made skit about it. Well, also mentality of the young Gambians. Maybe some of them, let me show it to Mal too.
My people, how to make some Gambian boys happy.
Okay.
Give them weed to smoke. Give them a boat that can take them to back way. How to make some Gambian girls happy.
God have mercy upon us.
Buy a pizza. Buy a shawarma. Buy a human hair. Rent a car and put her in front. Take her to the beach. Send her credits. Give her money. And finally, take her to Europe.
Mandela, my God. Why are you crying, Mandela? Not again. Why are you crying? Always crying.
Welcome to Gambia. You don't understand.
Make me understand. Make me understand.
Them about them sending Gambia. I was walking on the road. Then I meet this tubab.
Hey, you have it tubab. You have it tubab. You said you have it, bro.
I met this tubab. And he said the tubab to me, hello, dude, you are cute. I was like, oh,
you are cute.
Well, guess what? She asked for my number. But I didn't want her to say I'm cheap. You know, I said this boy is a cheap boy. I said no, my number I don't give it to a stranger. After her number, just was my number. I went home. I was eating yakata with my mother. Then she called me. Hello, Mandela. Can I please see you at Senegambia at my hotel? I was happy because it's a first moment for me to enter a hotel. I went there.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm happy for you.
I went there. She took me to the restaurant. Guess what? She buy me pizza. Pizza I never chop in my life.
So pizza that's what's making you to cry.
No, you don't understand. After we chop the pizza, she tell me, let's go to our hotel room. Aww. I entered the hotel room, AC was blowing me. After the AC blow me, she pushed me. I fall down and knocked my head on the cupboard.
It is very shameful for you to accept that.
She don't say I be virgin. It is virgin me.
Guys, I know this is a funny comedy skit. The point this guy is making, the comedian, is like obviously contradicts what this passport granny is saying. It is not normal for them to, old young Gambians to be with older Gambians. That's why he said she used pizza, to take his virginity. You see that?
Yeah, they see, this is the thing, right? The things that only men in the diaspora do for women is what the women the grannies go to Africa and they do for young boys. It's scary, man. And this is the thing that has to stop, man, because they are taking advantage and the laws in these countries have to work. Because last time I talked about pimping, and this is a pre-organized pimping, if you ask me. And these are the things that government has to come up with and stop this kind of situations.
Well, but the government said that they have banned the British, grannies. But now, but you see, hold on. Okay. Because people are going to say, because we're seeing the black ones are passport grannies too. So if they're going to ban, grannies that are taking advantage of the young men, should they ban the black ones too?
Of course, Afridamus. You cannot. What is good for the
and also what she said. She said this is it's not a Western culture. African, it was already there. Do you?
No.
Like, what do you want to say to that?
No, let me say to that. There's a lot of people on the panel. I don't like to talk, but this is the thing, right? This is a Western culture. How can you say she's not even African, bro? This has been a Western culture. When she talk of the dressing, right? This is one thing. She mentioned something about the dressing, how the African women at the age of 30, they look older, right?
Right.
And the women in the diaspora, they look young. So at the age of 60, they see. But this is the thing. Most women in the diaspora, they do not breastfeed their children. In African society, most African women breastfeed their children. When you breastfeed children, you have 5 children. You tend to be older because you do a lot of breastfeeding. These women do not. Now she want to bring in the kind of dressing they dress to say, oh, Africans do not dress well. But this is the thing. African American women or black diaspora women, they dress to expose their body. I met a 50-year-old lady at a club. She dressed like she was a prostitute. A 50-year-old black woman. Her whole body was out, her whole titties was hanging out. You cannot see an African woman doing that same thing. It doesn't work like that. So you cannot work in the United States or Europe or abroad. Doesn't make it something that has to work in Africa. So you cannot.
Come on, man. You shouldn't
No,
talk like
hey
that.
man, you gonna talk. Hey, bro, let me talk, man. You gonna have your own time.
No,
But
Judy, I thought
let
that
me
is
finish,
Jewish, man.
Hold on. Let Jude say his
tell him
point.
about the
When
policy,
you,
man.
hold on. The policy here is you don't interrupt other people when they are talking. You let them speak until they finish. Allow Jude to finish. You'll get your chance. Go ahead, Jude.
Right, but this is the thing, man. They want to take works in America and bring it as a norm in Africa. It's not going to work like that. You cannot bring your own culture and change Africa. Africa has to use their own culture to change its people.
But
that's
Jude,
just the point.
Jude, some of the guys that are participating though, what do you know, like, I mean, this guy cannot even read and write, but he went out of his way to use the Bumster's handbook to get the woman to come all the way.
Look, this is the thing. I told you the same thing. The guys that are writing these things to these guys, they are part and parcel of the Grannies program. The Grannies are also paying them to do. They are the ones that are scouting for young guys, and they are the ones that are scouting for the Grannies. Say, for instance, right? They meet a long stroke Babatunde who's fit, who's built up, and they will look for these guys. These guys also stays at the on the beach. I'm talking about the ghostwriters. They stay on the beach to scout for these guys. I'm telling you the truth. And once they find their match, they link it up to these ladies in Europe and America, and that's how they get along.
But some of these guys are on the internet. I don't know how, on Facebook, wherever. I don't know how
they cannot write. They be in the internet to put their pictures on it. So when the ladies ask for their pictures, they say, "Oh, go to Instagram, go to Facebook." But they cannot write. So they have that ghostwriter who is writing them anything they want to say, send it to. He's like a middleman.
So Judah, let me ask you this. So Judah, what is it about these women, even they come, they find out this Bumster wasn't even the one writing this, he can't even read or write. But they continue on with them anyways.
They continue because guess what? They continue. Guess what? They are out. It's a premeditated something. They are out. They know what they are coming for. They are not coming for to live, to have a good time. They are coming to meet these guys. That's why even when after the marriage, they still want to stay together. After the marriage, even you talk about the lady that took the guy to the UK and chained him up or something. That's what they do. They know that when they get to the UK, if care is not taken, these guys might not be with them anymore. So they have to, enclose them somewhere, take their passport, and for things. Man, I'm not gonna talk too much, man. It seems this other guy.
Let's allow St. James in, and then we come to EW. Right. St. James. Yes, St. James. Pan-Africanism, and because when we said grannies with the passport, we used to, some people think it's the white British women and stuff, but now we're seeing that the blackity black Pan-Africans repart things. Now the truth is coming out. They are passport grannies. We've heard one passport granny here describe and try to fabricate this thing. She even said this is not a Western culture. She tried to say it's a Gambian culture. It's a Gambian thing. What do you want to add on to this?
Thank you for having me, man. Without this video, right, we wouldn't be able to convince anybody that some black are partaking into that, this kind of lifestyle, right? So it's a good thing that we have the video, so no one will speak out of their feelings, because at least there is a video, and you did a good job by letting the video play for everybody to see it.
Right.
And there is a lot of things wrong that this woman said about the lifestyle. This is not an African lifestyle. This is the Western lifestyle, and kids yeah, you did said something that I want to repeat here. Being 20 in Africa, how many men in Africa over the years of 20 own homes?
It's not many.
Have jobs?
Nope.
Are
they mostly live with their parents.
Thank you. Are they really independent?
No.
So we can't compare that to the West.
But,
So that's why
St.
yesterday.
James, what do you want to say about? But now she's trying to does it sound like she's trying to, convince us to say no? In fact, these guys are grown men. They are more mature than the 50-year-olds.
No,
And
she's
but
lying.
but like you said, I know when you guys that are around that age, they still live at home with their parents.
Yes.
They don't have their own. Like she's saying, they go out there to hustle. That's in the minute number.
Absolutely.
That's not a common thing.
Absolutely. Can you imagine like in the Gambia, right? In Africa in general, can you imagine a 20 years old who's live at home, doesn't even contribute to the bills, bringing a 60 years old woman in the compound? Do you think that's normal?
I'll let Mal answer that. Mal, what do you think will happen?
Exactly. That's what I just said. That will be that will be something else, because you not even dare, because as you know, Afridamus, you understand, in Gambia, if you cannot even date someone, that actually you are not married to, openly in Gambia. So what the hell will you do coming to your daddy and mommy trying to show them that, okay, I have this, he is my girlfriend? My friend, that will be a shame to the entire family and entire area where they live. So I don't think that is genuine. And mostly people in Gambia stay in their houses until they get married. Men don't just walk out like in the West. When you are grown up like 18, you just move out from your father's house, your mom's house, you go and live by yourself. In Gambia, it doesn't happen like that. You will be 35 when you are not married, especially for ladies. You will stay at home with your parents. Even if you travel from the rural area to the urban area, you must stay with a family member in the urban areas. So most of these things you will be doing, you will do them secretly behind their back, but you never do them openly.
Exactly.
I'm glad that we have Gambians talking on this panel. I prefer that. So we don't like Jude and I. We're not from the Gambia, so I don't want to. We have a lot of haters who would believe, oh yeah, the St. James again and Jude. Just click on the link to talk out of their feelings. I don't like that. And one other point, right, that we touched today and yesterday, right? Even in Africa, right, the marriage. Why do we keep the traditional one as important as the other one? Why?
No, this is Islamic one. It's not even traditional one. In Gambia,
yes,
you must marry. The religious marriage is, even Afridamus understand. You cannot get married in Gambia to the courts. No, that is an option. But mostly, if you want to marry in Gambia, you must go to the mosque. Everybody sit down. You have witnesses, and they will tie the marriage in the mosque. That is how marriage are done in Gambia, and that is legal. Okay. So, but now, the European method of legal is another way, because they want you to go to court, you sign these documents to make it legal. But in Gambia, once you are married that way, you are absolutely legal. If you want to legalize it in the Islamic way, you go to the Qadi court. There is a court that they call an Islamic court. You go there, they will prepare a document of marriage and you will sign it, and that will be legal. But it's legal if you go to the mosque, you have witnesses, stand by in the mosque, sit down and pray for you, and the marriage is done. That is how marriage is done in Gambia.
Hold on, let me read this. Let me read this real quick. Thank you, MS Delta. MS Delta said, the Bumpsters are just international businessmen involved in trading. Don't hate small businesses.
No, this is not a way of conducting business when you don't have the full benefit of it.
DiCaprio said, being a bumpster sounds like having an off the books job. Hey,
right.
Yeah.
So what I was referring to, right? I understand what Mal is saying. Religiously, yes, this is the way it's been done in like many countries in Africa. I was trying to talk about the traditional way of getting married. People haven't lost that on the continent. When you talking about, I'm courting this woman, there are steps. You have to talk to the women. The women will talk to the parent. The parent will tell you who you have to talk to. The parents don't even have a say so on that, right? They will tell you.
But with this, the passport grannies,
right?
They know what time it is. They both know.
No. That's why I said. Right. the reason why she's making this conversation and comfortable for us Africans is when she's touching our cultures, our traditions.
She said some things also. She
Right.
said it's not a big deal. It's just the older Gambians and the Gambians in the diaspora making us think about this. What do you guys want to? What do you guys want to say to that? It's just us in the diaspora who have an issue.
It's a big deal because we live. It's a big deal because we live here, and this is not a trend.
But St. James,
it's not a trend.
St. James, okay, how is this tied to the repatriation movement, the blackness? What happened to that? Because now she's trying to say, wouldn't this muddy the water? Where now because of they try to use the blackness, but she's saying this is a culture there, trying to pass it off as a culture. Is don't blame the West. We didn't do it. It is, it is already there, according to her.
If you are weak in life, somebody will manipulate you. And unfortunately, including us Africans that live in the West is very manipulative, and they have the tools to do it effectively, So it's you can see the way she's going at it, It's like playing with your mind, like, yeah, you guys are the same way. Don't complain over here. We just adding to it, and none to see. So when they brainwash you like that, then you get to see the program later. You see what I'm saying? They have to prepare you to accept them as they are. You don't. So you don't have to say, oh yeah, you guys are bringing this to us. No. The first step is to let you know that we are not any different than you. That's the first step, and then they will disclose who they are really to you, and then you will be sitting there like, yes, I just got somebody took advantage of me, because that's what the West is doing when they come to Africa. The clever ones, the one that can manipulate a crowd.
You think that they just try to? It's like grooming.
Absolutely,
grooming.
That's grooming. That's grooming. That's what I said. A 20 years old man. I was 20 back home. What I learned on Africa and what I learned here is way different. You see what I'm saying? So somebody who's more advanced in America, can you imagine the amount of damage they can do on the continent?
Older too.
Oh yes.
But that's literally like a grown person. You are like a grown up hanging out with teenagers.
It's the misplaced emotions.
But she's saying, you see how she's like, oh, they have something in common with them because of the the generational gap, what they see on TV, like what?
That's misplaced.
But why not with the Africans in the diaspora?
Yeah,
why only with the ones in Africa?
Because the Africans in the diaspora are too old.
No, we young. We have young. Afridamus, you go.
She's saying we're the ones making think about this.
No,
she's not explaining why.
We are in the way. We are in the way. We are able to tell our people what's going on in the West and what's reality on the continent. So we are in the between. So they want to push us away, so we don't have a voice. That's why they always say, oh, the Africans overseas, the Africans, the diaspora, they're the one who are the problem. Yes, we are the problem because we get it. We live here. We can tell our people, no, that's not the norms.
So St. James, is this why you are, you and Judah and others are against this, quote unquote pan-African dating? Because do you think that's also another disguise? Because we live in the West here, we're seeing all the techniques, the disguises, because, like you said, they groom your mind for you to see it as normal.
Yes.
Because me being from Gambia, I'll be honest, looking at that age, looking at everything, she is straight up a groomer. This would have been strange to me.
She's
grooming.
She's very skilled. She's very skilled. Don't forget, she's very skilled at deceiving people. You see what I'm saying? She has that skill. She read a lot of books. She knows how to manipulate. That's why there is a channel to talk to the people, her kind, to join the movement, because she knows how to get about it.
Because they want to the bigger, the more they normalize. To normalize.
Absolutely. When you listen to her, she's not a random girl that just went to the Gambia and she's like, yeah,
She's
let me
been
have
going
a
there for
no.
14 years.
Absolutely. She knows what she's doing. She has to be taken seriously. It's a movement. So you better understand the movement. We're not player haters. I'm just saying, Africa, you don't need to do all of that to have somebody loved you. You don't need all of that. You don't need to cut corners. You don't need to act a certain way. Africa is the way it is. Somebody love you, they're gonna get with you. You don't have to do all that. 50 and 20. Come on, man, that's an abomination. Let's be honest.
What do you think about the youngsters? Their comedy, the skit is based in truth, but it's like, you know.
Man, I was laughing. I like the youth when they are engaged like that because they kind of understand the situation.
It's
I like it.
educational.
Yes, I like it. I like it because some people, I'm telling you, man, there are certain countries on the continent. Listen, they're not even as advanced as the Gambia because you guys have seen a lot. Those people, they are landlocked. They don't. They're not in contact with those kind of situations. Can you imagine when that happens to them? It's gonna take years for them to understand. Oh wow, this is really happening. You know, that's why we have to have the information for everybody instead of being player haters. Like I said, I don't hate on the Grannies going on the continent. You know, doing the being freaky. I don't care. But I'm like, okay, 50, 20, no.
And she took shot at the Gambian women too.
Listen, that part right there, right? That's why most of African women, they are we want them to be very conservators. We don't want them, like, there is a dress code, there is a certain way to behave on the continent. Listen, we know what we're doing, but when these women, some of these women, I'm not saying all, when they come on the continent, man, they look at it like, yeah, why do I have to dress like this? Why do I have to act a certain way because the men are telling me, oh, we have to? No, they don't. They reject that in the West. That's why it's not working over here. So why do we have to accept it? If yours was working, you shouldn't be traveling on the continent and bend their rules just to fit your own purpose. Stay here wherever you are, if that's working, and do what you gotta do. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to come over there and be like, yeah, your culture, your women's. Why? We like it the way it is. We never said we have problems.
And you know, in the West,
right?
in the West, you know, the money is used as the power, the money they put together. Because let's be real, that's what they have over these guys.
Anybody that travel on the continent from the West is always seen as someone who has money, whether you have it or not. These kids look at you. If you can travel to the continent and you're not from there, this is a come up for them. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they use that without showing it. They use that. It's a tactic. It's a tactic.
And what do you think about what MS Delta just said? He said, let's face it, face the truth. Some older women are real predators.
Absolutely.
I got the predator vibes from her. Thank you, MS Delta, for the super chat.
Even in America, you remember in America here, right? You remember, look at the actors, even the actors. They're coming out of the closet saying, I was molested when I was younger. It's happening here in America. They kept that secret for a long time. Now they're coming out. Oh yeah, I was molested. My uncle did. So that behavior exists. I'm not saying it doesn't exist in Africa. Don't quote me. It exists everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So why they can't do it here? Because you will get caught and something wrong.
Well, they don't have. She's saying they don't have anything in common with the men here.
No. They do, because you can't run your game on those people here. That's why you go into the weakest link, which is Africa, to do that. Let's be honest. She said Jamaica, you know, because you want somebody to rock your boat. You already came up with the name of the country, which is Jamaica. You said that
stallion, yeah.
Right. You said they're stallion over there. Why don't you run to Jamaica if that's what you want?
Jamaicans are becoming more wiser than what it is now.
Right.
You said Jamaica is what? Judah, you said
Jamaicans are becoming more wiser than it is now, so they're taking advantage of Africa.
They will kidnap you, make you pay a ransom. They will do all kind of things to them on the continent. So that's why they don't want to go over there. They want to go to the weakest link. The link that's
exactly. And Jamaicans are getting
right.
Exactly. Jamaicans are getting richer. Most of them are already rich as well, so they got money, you know, based on their tourism and stuff like that.
Maybe the bumpsters will get rich too, but let's have Mimi in. Mimi, welcome.
Oh, come on, Mimi from the Gambia. Come on.
Hey, Afridamus, you know what? I didn't even want to call because I'm so tired, but I just have to call.
Oh, come on, Mimi.
And you know what, Judy? Not today.
I haven't
Not
heard you for a while. Where have you been?
I'm here with my man,
Oh,
taking
okay.
care of my That's what I'm doing, taking care of my
That's nice.
family.
That's good.
Okay, but this is what I notice. Whenever they're talking about Gambia, they're always using the lowest. I don't want to say poor, but when she was referencing the Gambian woman, do you notice how she was like, oh, the women are older because they go to the farm and all that? That's not
Exactly.
all Gambian women that do that. They will never talk about the Gambian women that are put together, go to office, have their own business. It's always the lowest of the low that they will reference.
Well, maybe that's
as
who they
Gambian
hang
women.
out with.
Because that's why I'm like, who are they talking about? She damn well know. When I was in Gambia, I just came back last month. I was really intimidated with those young girls. You will think, where are these girls getting money? These girls are well put together.
Are they getting it from the
beautiful.
Tubab? From the Tubab?
No, I'm talking about like women, Gambian women over there. You have some of them that have their own businesses doing well.
Wow, you mean they have businesses there?
Yeah, some of them are doing well. Put
Okay.
together. I'm telling you, me
I know, I'm being
in America,
sarcastic, Mimi.
thinking that when I go over there, maybe some of them will have it, but the ones that I know, my friends that I left there, they have it. They married with their
Yeah,
husband.
but Mimi, there are, we clearly see videos and we do see the interaction. There's bombs are in existence. Their book exists.
No.
Are,
I'm not even debating on the bombsters. There are bombsters in Gambia that is so true. I'm not even denying
What
that.
do you think about the Repart Old Granny podcast, Passport Grannies? Because you were a fan of the Pan-African movement.
I'm just like Judy.
So you're a fan of the Pan-African movement, but now it used to be blackity black, blacks connecting, but now they used to say, oh, it's the white people doing this, but now we're learning that too many of them are they're trying to point fingers at the white people, but it looks like they are doing even more. MS Delta, thank you again. He said, all jokes aside, we need to mentor and protect our young black men all over the world. They need to be seeing these videos. Thank you very much, MS Delta, because this here could change a lot of people's life and start having dignity for themselves. But go ahead.
Okay, let me finish.
Mimi, can
Like
I
I
ask you a
said,
question?
I'm just like Judah. We've been in this
Mimi.
Pan-African
Hold
spirit
on,
for so long.
just a sec.
Anybody, if you see a different kind of like people, like community going to your country, you want to have interest. Oh, all of a sudden, why is Gambia like out there? I wanted to know. I was curious as a Gambian. That's the reason why I always like trying to see why are they there. Not in a bad way, but I was just curious. But like I said, when I see...
Well, now you know.
But now I know that most of them, hey, some of them, not all, but some of them are not even genuine, being there. They were doing these grimy things or doing things that they're not supposed to do. Because I'm like, okay, we need to open our eyes, because blacks, it teach us a lot. I learn and I see a lot in this YouTube stream when it comes to Gambia. And
so
just like
Mal was gonna ask you a question. Mal, what did you want to ask me?
Yeah, Mimi. So I want to ask you, is it normal in Gambia for you to bring your boyfriend to your dad and introduce them?
Unless you're ready to get married.
Exactly. This is what that is the norm. That's what I just want to...
Wait. Are you guys trying to hate on the Passport Grannies? Is that what
I'm
I'm
not trying
sensing?
to hate on them. Like I said,
these people are living their best lives.
Listen, as long as you grown and those boys are in their 20s, like 25 and up, who am I to tell somebody who is grown what to do? If it works for them and it rocks their boat, hey, go for it. But what I was trying to
so is this a form of Pan-Africanism, Mimi?
To me?
Yeah.
No, I just don't care. That's the thing. To me, my issue is protecting the young girls. But a grown-ass man, I'm not telling a grown-ass man what to do. Okay. My issue is if he's gonna affect our young girls, and we really need to be careful about that too.
Mimi.
Okay, let me ask you, Mimi. Hold on. Mimi, you're a Gambian woman, right? You know, you heard the woman said, basically there's, granny Gambians dating young Gambians. Like this is a secret that everyone knows. What can you tell us about this secret? Because I don't know about it.
Like I said, I'm not saying there is no grown Gambian dating younger men. I mean, like,
obvious, like
it could be possible, but that's
but I'm saying
like
it being a thing. It being a thing.
Like that's most of the time, if they're even doing that, you're not even gonna show it out there. You're not gonna put it out there. You're just gonna put it on the low.
Mimi, MS Delta is asking. You said, so Mimi, you don't care about the young men?
No, I care about the young men. What I'm saying is, like, I live in America. What are you gonna tell a 25, a 28-year-old? Are you gonna tell them not to date a 60-year-old? I'm just being logical.
If that's what you want to say.
I'm telling my younger,
a 30-year-old, because these people are not under 18. These people are grown. The bumpsters that I see are like in their 30s or in their mid-20s.
Mimi,
in America, are you gonna tell a 25 or a 20-year-old, or I mean, like a 28-year-old man not to who to date and who not to date? I'm just trying to bring logic.
Mimi sounded like the repart lady. Let her finish.
Let me finish. And one thing I noticed is these people are talking about Bombster, like Bombster is like a percentage in Gambia. This is just like one strip.
But they exist though. They exist.
1,000 Bombsters. It does exist. But it's not something like it's rampant in Gambia, like everywhere you go is Bombsters in the street. It's not like that. You have to go to the tourist area to see them. That's what I see.
Can I respond?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mimi, if my younger brother is bringing 60-year-old women, we're going to cut ties. That's my opinion. Let me give you my opinion. You give your opinion, right? As an African, right? Who's gonna be a head of household? Who's gonna keep our tradition and our culture alive? I have a say so on that, because where we from, not only when you get married, you can do it on your own. You have to have your family give their opinion, right? Where you from, this is the same way. If your family doesn't agree, it's going to be a problem. So therefore, the way I was raised, I have my say so. You don't have to listen, but if you go in and do it, at your wedding, you're not going to see the family members. You do it on your own. Do it on your own and just leave the family alone, because we ain't got nothing to. We don't have anything to do with that. That's the way we're doing it.
Okay.
In my culture, that's very disrespectful.
Like I said, me personally, I wouldn't let my family member do anything like that. Who am I to tell somebody else that I don't feed and I have nothing to do with what to do? My brothers are not doing it. Everybody have their own thing doing.
But Mimi, in Gambia, that's a problem. That's how most Gambians. But hold on. Wait. But we live in a society, right? But most Gambians, unfortunately, that's their thinking process. It's not my brother. It's not my this. What can I? What can I say? No, Mimi. No, what I'm saying again, that's the attitude. That's what I'm saying. It's any society where people think like that. It's a problem.
That's why we're talking about the traditions. We're talking about
the tradition, and I'm pretty sure in other people's eyes, like you said, like what Miles said, you are not going to be bringing a 60-year-old and take it to your dad and say, "I'm going to marry her." That's
some do. What if they don't have a dad?
Some of them do, but I don't know.
Let me read. Hold on, let me read this.
But most Gambians will not accept that.
Hold on, let me read this. It says, Mimi, as the wiser elders, we are supposed to guide and mentor youth. This is true. That's what this channel is especially about. Thank you very much, MS Delta. Guys, hold on. Let me thank MS Delta here for all the super chat and supporting this stream here. I appreciate all your contribution, MS Delta. Here we go. Let's see.
love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you.
Thank you very much, MS Delta.
Okay. Can I make a statement?
Go for it.
There's one of these guy, right, that texted me online. I said, but what is going on? He said, man, the marriage that I find myself in is tying me down. I said, why? He said, because the lady that I got married to, she got 3 kids in America, and now she's in Africa, and now we have a home. But I was expecting that
she's in Africa.
Yep. But the guy said he was.
Is the guy African?
Yeah, the guy is African. The guy said he was expecting the lady to take her back to America, but the lady don't want to do that. Now the lady have kids, and this guy doesn't have kids, but this guy want to have his own kids. Now he cannot break up away from the lady. So this is what is causing confusion, right? Because these ladies, 60 years old, 30, 50 years old, they have children and even have grandchildren in America. And they are coming over, taking advantage of these younger boys with no kids. And these children have their own future. They want to also have their own children, but they cannot because they are tied down to these old ladies. And that's a problem. Why? Why is it a problem? It's a problem because it's reducing, probably, we need population in Africa.
Judah, what do you think about what Mimi said about, what can she say to them? It's not their brother.
In Africa, we live in a communal lifestyle. When I talk about communal lifestyle, we live in a culture. In my culture,
also they haven't been forced either. Like Audrey just said, he said nobody forced them.
Nobody forced them.
No, this is the thing. Nobody. What you mean? Nobody is forcing them. Nobody is forcing them. But this is the thing. There's a norm in the culture. It's like in America, right? People don't force you, but there are laws in America that governs people.
Okay,
no, what you're saying between
America, will you tell a 28-year-old not to date a 60-year-old?
You can give them advice. Yes.
If you are from a culture, even let me tell you, in my culture, even if I'm not related to somebody in that same environment, I have the right to give an opinion in that person's life. That's why St. James was asking. Let me finish, Mimi.
Mimi, Gambia. You go to Cameroon and tell a 28-year-old don't date a 60-year-old. They will tell you go to
Mimi. I'm talking about culture. I'm not talking about a city lifestyle. I'm talking about the culture, right?
Okay, that's why St. James city lifestyle. You're not gonna see that in the villages or in the suburbs. This is just like a strip. Senegambia, it's a strip.
Right. But this is the thing, right?
No, but Mimi,
even in the city,
this lady is making it. This lady is making it.
Guys, one at a time.
Let me finish. Even in the city, right? For you to get married, you have to go. This is the thing. We first of all do traditional marriage before we even take you to the church or mosque. You have to first go
in Gambia. We have to do a traditional marriage too.
No, but Mar was talking about how you just take the lady to the mosque. In Cameroon, you don't do that.
That is our traditional marriage in Gambia, Jude. That's what I'm telling you. We don't have the marriage ceremony in Gambia. You have to go to the mosque to do it. After then, you can do your traditional
rituals. If you're Muslim.
Yeah,
we have to first do tradition. We have to first do traditional marriage. It has to be acceptable before you take this lady to the church.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. In Gambia, our traditional marriage is first you have to go to the mosque and get married. Then, if you want to do your traditional dances or clothes, then you can wear it. But a marriage
that's a problem because our traditional marriage, they have to accept. They have to accept the lady first in the traditional marriage.
That's why we want to learn more about what the Gambia
understand about you now. What you are trying to say. Normally, let me explain to you. You just don't hold a girl hands and go to the mosque to get married. One thing is you have to introduce the girl to your family. That is the first step. If the family accept it, like we have a kola nut, ceremony. You go there with your kola nut. If the girl's parents accept it and the girl also accept it, that is when they will set a date to go for you guys to go to the mosque and get married. This is how it is done in Gambia. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So it's not like
And I have a question. I understand what you are saying. This is about the same across the board. And I'm asking you a question.
a 20 years old, can a 20 years old bring a 60 years old and pass that process in the Gambia?
That is not normal in Gambia,
No,
because that's what,
I've never
as I
seen
no,
said.
it.
let's be clear. Let's be clear. You say it's not normal.
No,
With
it's
that,
not normal.
No.
No,
thank
it's
you.
not
That's
normal, because
okay. Make it clear. Okay.
it's not normal in Gambia, but even sometimes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That is absolutely not normal. It's not even absolutely normal for a Gambian, okay, to take a girl, a simple girl, to their home and introduce to their mom or dad as my girlfriend. That even is forbidden in
Well
most
said.
cultures across Gambia. And I agree with Mimi in most of the part, but the only part I did not agree with Mimi is that, saying that, it's not my business, because this is media. Now,
Yeah.
if we said it's our community, they are talking about Gambia. They don't say Mimi's family or Mal's
Right.
family or this family. They're not distinguishing anybody's family. And people looking from outside will not say, oh no, this is not happening to Mimi's family, or it's not happening to Afridamus family. It's Gambia they're talking about. When they talk about Gambia, whether your family does it or not, you are included. This is what I'm trying to say. So if we are talking,
I agree with that, but Ma, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
use logic. How you go tell a 30-year-old, and those bumpsters that I see over there, they are not young. Most of
No,
them
they are
I
not
see
young.
is
They
like
are
they're
not.
not young. Some of them are
No.
in their 30s, most of them.
Or
How
40
am I gonna
sometimes.
tell a 30-year-old
Okay,
what to do?
hold
No,
on.
Mimi,
What's the
you don't
normal
have to tell them.
retirement? Hold on, guys.
Mimi,
What's
you
the
don't have
normal
to tell them.
retirement age of a bumpster?
I don't know, but what
There
I
is no
see,
retirement
those
age for
people
a
are
bumster.
not young. They're old. They are
This
not.
is what
They're not like
Mimi,
60.
what you are
Let
saying
me
is
if
right.
if I
Guys,
was
one
Mimi,
going
mic,
there and
one
see
mic.
16,
Guys, one at a
let
time,
me
please.
finish.
Mimi,
If I was
Mi-
going there and see 16, 17-year-olds doing stuff like that, because I'm pretty sure that it's not even gonna be the like the community will cry loud with that, because it's gonna
yeah,
be a problem. If
yeah,
you see younger men doing that, then the community will cry. But when I see that these people are like in their 30s, I'm like, who am I to tell this 30-year-old what to do if they want to go be with a 50-year-old woman? And one
yeah,
thing that you have to understand, that these people are not, these are the people that are really on the lowest, most of them the lowest of the low. And maybe they are struggling. Maybe they're not even from the city. They came
yeah,
out maybe
exactly.
from
Most
the
of them
villages and
travel
come
from
to
the
the
villages.
city.
Yeah,
Their families are not even there. So they're going to find a way of living.
yeah,
Mimi,
yeah.
It's not like the typical Gambian, like me and I never see my friends or anybody, my brothers, my cousin, my brother's friend going to the beach. I don't
Exactly.
see that. It's
And
not
some
normal.
people will
It's
even
not
live in
normal to
Gambia.
me. I never see anybody that is related to me over there or that
Some
I know. It's not
Yeah, some
normal
people
for
will
an
even
everyday
live
Gambian to
in
be
the
like
Gambia,
that.
Mimi.
And when
Mimi,
people
some
talk
people
about
will
Gambia
live in
like
the
that,
Gambia
they think
without
it's
even
normal.
knowing.
It's not. It's not at
Yeah,
all.
No,
Mimi,
look,
some people will even live in Gambia for their entire life. If you tell them about these things happening, like the sex in the Gambia, and they are talenting Arabic, so
That's
they will be
me.
surprised. They
I
will tell
never
you,
know
"Oh, is that
anything like
happening?"
that till I come to this
So
country
this
and
is
see it
sometimes
on
it is
YouTube.
Guys, one mic.
When I was in Gambia, I wasn't exposed in this sex tourism. I didn't know nothing about it because I
But it
don't go
was
to those
there.
areas.
Mimi,
If I
just
go to
because you
the
didn't
beach,
say, but
I go with my family.
Mimi, that's the thing. If just because you don't see it, it doesn't mean it's not there. That's what
I
we're
didn't say that.
explaining.
I only
Yeah,
say it does
but
exist. I even see it when I was
yeah,
there. I
but
don't
if
see
you
it
just because
directly.
it's like saying because you didn't see people selling drugs, but the area, like, there are drug dealers there, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe you just are not paying attention to it because
No. What
let me make a
I
point.
never
Let me make a
deny
point.
it. What I'm saying is it's not our norm. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It is
Right,
there, but it's
right.
not the percentage that these people are running with it.
yeah,
It's
but
not
they're not
even
giving a
like that.
percentage. They're just talking about
They're just
what is
talking
in the
about.
media.
But
But
do you know
the
that
media.
Gambia? I'm
Hold
not
on,
even
hold
going.
on.
Gambia have the less sex tourism than Senegal and any other part in that surrounding. Do you
We
know
don't
that?
we don't know that for
But
sure.
go and Google it
What
and see
now?
if
What
they are even
statistics
on the
do you
top
have?
20.
Like
Go Google it and see if they are
Mimi, you
even on
don't
the top
Mimi.
20.
You do not want to Google this. I'm telling you, if you Google For
I
some
did
reason,
go.
Gambia
No,
pops up.
no, I'm not saying there is no sex tourism. I'm not saying that.
But what's your point
Go
though?
and
Like what?
Google the top sex
No,
tourism
but hold on.
and
But
see if
what's
Gambia is gonna
your
be in one of
hold
them.
on? But we're not arguing about top or bottom. We're talking about what is really in existence.
But what I'm saying
So
is
but
the
are
way
you?
the
We're
way
not
they're
talking
running with it,
comparison
it's
to
not
any
even
place.
like that for the
But
public to cry
what I'm
out
saying.
loud.
But what I'm
The
saying,
way they
Mimi.
make it seems
Wait,
like it's not
Mimi.
even like
Hold
that.
on. Hold on. What you are hearing, how are you receiving it? Because you're trying, what type of quantity or you're putting to it? Because nobody's talking percentages or comparing to any other place. How much would be a lot for you?
If it was
Like,
a
how
problem
much would
in
you
Gambia,
consider?
no,
How
listen,
much
if it
would
was
you
a
consider to
problem,
be a lot?
if I see it as a problem, and I'm not even encouraging it, like younger men dating older women because they're taking their youth out of them. I'm not sucking their youth out of them. I'm not even encouraging it. But what I'm trying to, the way people are saying it, it's not even like that when you there physically. It's not like that. It's not like I walk in my streets and see sex tourism everywhere.
Well,
No.
Mimi, you
But
wouldn't be
that's
the
what I'm
right judge
saying.
of this because you are clearly saying you went to the beach area. You are just focused
Afridamus,
on. Wait, you're
but it's on the
focused on.
tourist strip. It's
No,
just a strip.
hold on. Let me finish. You went there. You clearly you're not seeing that. You're just focused on what you and your family is doing. We get that, but that does not mean this right there is not there because you're speaking on both sides of your mouth. 1 minute you are just with your family focus, so you're not seeing it, but another minute you're speaking about, oh, it's not much. You don't know this because you are not focused on that. You're not seeing it. So either you saw it or you didn't. Which one is it?
And I'm gonna say this again. I never denied that there is no sex tourism in Gambia. It is there. But what I'm saying is the way people are making it seems like for the public to crowd, for the community to cry out loud. It's not like that.
No, but
People
that's
like
your interpretation.
people like
Nobody,
me.
Mimi,
What
nobody
Afridamus, I'm
is.
just gonna say what I see.
No, but that's your
Okay,
interpretation.
that's my interpretation, and that's what I see.
Mhm.
And that's how I can interpret it. I'm not going to say anything that I don't see. If it was a problem in Gambia, I'm pretty sure the public will cry
But
out
Mimi,
loud
this is a problem. Even the minister,
because that's what they put out there.
No, Mimi.
The
So,
minister, yeah,
for example, right? Okay, that the podcast that I analyzed here, I presented it. I analyze it. There are different people are having different takes on it and interpreting what is being said. You see, so you saying it's not like they trying to make it seem. Then nobody sounds subjective. You are using your own subjective thinking on what it should be. That's why I ask you, what quantity would be considered a problem to you? What would the quantity be?
and I'm going to say this again, Afridamus. If it's like a problem in that country, people are going to cry out loud for it. It's not obviously, it's not affecting the general public. Yes, the minister was talking about it because that's what it's like videos everywhere that the sex tourism in Gambia and the grannies are coming.
So
Of course, that's not okay.
don't think the
Let me
country's image, the
let
image
me.
being
I
tarnished.
came
Wait,
out the image. No, the image.
wouldn't
I
that
came.
affect
Listen,
the country
you
as a
have to
whole?
let me finish. You have to let me
Okay,
finish. You
okay.
can cut me. Obviously, it is out there. And the grannies are coming over there. And it's not, the minister don't want Gambia to represent like that, to be represented like that. The grannies are coming, and then you have that video that those grannies are in England talking about how they go to Gambia and be with young boys. Obviously, nobody want that for their country. We're gonna talk about it. When we see it, everybody was upset about it.
So
So
how
I
do we
don't know what
measure?
you mean.
How
I
do
don't
you?
know what you mean by. I don't know what
Mimi,
you mean by when is it gonna be a lot. I
we
am
all
not
do,
encouraging this, but I
but we
have to speak on the other side too. I'm not encouraging it. Like
we
I said, they're taking their youth out of them, and now it's not. It doesn't look
So
good at all.
so what? 10 men, 20 men, 5. Like, how much is a lot?
Whatever the case be, I am not
Afridamus,
encouraging it. But I have to talk on
Afridamus.
the other.
Uh-huh.
I have to talk
I
on
have
the
just one
other
question.
side. That the
I have just
reason
one
why.
question for Mimi.
Go for it.
Because Mimi, you said you talk about the image of the country, right? So how do you measure that in every single household in the Gambia? How do you know it's not affecting them? Because we talk about the image of the country being on display. So how do you know it's not affecting the people? Did you do some sort of how you call it? How do you know? Survey to know.
I'm not going on a survey, but I don't see anybody
No,
talk
no, no,
about it.
because
Like, no. I was there physically. It's
let me
not
finish.
like, oh,
Let me finish.
no.
Let me finish. No. I'll let you speak. Let me finish. You know, in Africa, right, there are a lot of things that we call taboo. People don't talk about it in public, but in the household,
yeah,
they discuss those things. So it's not because people on the outside are not talking about it, they're not showing you their frustrations, that you would say, oh no, it's not affecting them. Maybe inside the household they talk about it. The parents are not happy with this, but maybe the government hasn't given them the platform where they can have
to express it.
to express it. That's why you don't see it like that. Because
they talk about this in the mosque,
right?
Against it.
Thank you. Those places, the mosque, the community, the small community, people talk about it. But to make it a national case, the government hasn't done a good job. Across the board in Africa, certain issues, the government are still trailing.
They hide it.
They hide it. They don't talk about it. That's why the people are like, okay, we don't care. We don't even want to discuss it. Maybe that's the situation in the Gambia. People are fed up, but they feel like we don't have a solution in sight. So why should we be concerned about that? Let's go and mind our business. Maybe that's the case.
Look, even when I was there, right? Yeah, it's not like I didn't hear people discussing this, but I'm seeing it with my own eyes. But I am not hearing people talk about it. So in these countries, especially Gambia, that's how it goes. People see these things, their attitude, they don't express it. But again, the people, they mind their own business. I'm speaking about in the bigger platform. In like Mimi's right, if somebody who don't live close by the beach, far away, they might not know what is going on. She's correct about that. There are plenty of people far away from these areas. They don't know, they don't see it. But out here, right? When something is in the media, you cannot control how people interpret it. That is my whole point. You cannot control how they interpret it. You are trying to get the people to match. Hold on. What you are explaining, you have to remember. Wait, hold on. Mimi, you gotta let the host talk. Like Mimi, if you look at it, right, when it's out there, the people that are seeing it, they're not from Gambia like you and I and Mal, knowing all these things. That's what you have to put together. They don't know. So the interpretation would be completely different because that's what media does.
Exactly. Thank you, Afridamus. I think you have confirmed what I'm trying to say.
That is true.
Media is as you are saying, Mimi. We understand your point. Oh, my family is not part of it, but these people are not talking about families. Once they put it in, once
I'm not
they
even
put it,
saying my family.
yeah,
What I'm saying, like when I was there, I don't even know those people that were doing it. I don't know it. I don't know them.
Mimi, I don't know them either, but it's still there.
No, you don't, Mimi, you don't have to know them. You know what? You know what happened?
It's not
Like
about
people who
knowing
live,
them. It's not about
yeah,
knowing them. What I'm
yeah,
saying is on my surrounding.
yes. Where do you
I
live,
am.
Mimi,
Where do you
hold on, Ma. Mimi is making this about her, but this is not about her.
It's not
I don't
about
think
Gambia. It's
she
about
understands this.
and I think that is a problem for a lot of Gambians.
Mimi, yeah,
That's
they
a
make
problem
it
for a lot of.
about themselves. As long
Yes,
as
don't
it's not
make it
with me
about
and my
yourself. As
friends,
long as it doesn't affect me, don't say that. Oh, it doesn't affect me and my surrounding. What I'm saying is, when this is in media, it affects every Gambian. As long as you sleep
And
and
I
wake up
get
in
it,
Gambia,
Mal.
it
I get
affects you.
that. I want you guys to listen to me. I am not talking about it personally.
Well, that's how you're coming across.
Listen.
You keep saying I and my friends.
When I'm trying to elaborate, you don't want to let me. You just have to cut me Afridamus. That's just what it is with you. What I'm trying to say, if it's not common in my eyes, it's going to be hard for me to say, hey, this is common. But I know it is there. I never deny it. Maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's why the people are not crying loud.
Yeah.
Well, again, the world, the media, the world. Wait, Mimi.
You have to be where you have to be in that place to see it.
Well,
but once you're out of that area,
you cannot see it. Yeah.
Look, no. Here's the thing. Again, Mimi. That again, you keep denying the same point, but you are repeating the same point. You are refusing to look past yourself as an individual. You're making it about you.
I understand what
hold on. Let me finish. When I
see that stuff in
Mimi, let me finish. Hold on.
All of
Mimi, Mimi, can I speak, please? You notice the terms you're using. You use I. When you speak, you're using I. You're making it about you. And this is true. Most Gambians, their argument points, they make it about themselves. As long as it's not them.
I can only say what I can see. I am not gonna be like,
you see, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Let me read this.
Talk about what I see, because they say, why is the public not talking about it?
Okay, hold on.
Maybe if it was like really affecting all the community like that, like the way you guys look at it, the public will cry out loud. But you have to understand that these bombsters are like 0.0001% in Ghana.
No, that's not true though. But let me read this. Hold on.
What you think?
Hold on. Let me read this real quick. He said, Afridamus, in college, my roommate was chased by a 40-year-old white woman. His mom found out and beat everyone up. His mom was not having it. Exactly, because you guys were the friends. How could you let him do that? That's how the mom is looking at it. And she was absolutely right to give you guys the beating. Hold on, let me read this other one too. I'll let you next, St. James. Thank you for that. MS Delta, another one. He said, as Black/African men, we need to protect our image. I am tall American, dreadlocks, and got approached by Grannies while on vacation in the Caribbean. Image matters. Exactly. Because like me, even walking on that beach, right? I've had, there wasn't a lot of white women there, but there was some older white women winking at me, trying to talk to me.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You're trying to make this about you right now.
No. I'm speaking about what this guy wrote. MS Delta is writing. So this is a fact. Like, it's not about me, but the world that we exist in and operate in, and in the media we operate in, this is much larger than that.
Hey,
but hold on, Mimi, you cannot be interrupting the host, man. Do I have to get Judah to come on you? Hold on. Let's have St. James. St. James, he's been trying to say something forever. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, St. James.
Afridamus, for Africans who are listening, right? Everything begin with the conversations. If we can't even have a conversation to understand the problem, how are we going to come up with the solutions? Like Mimi said, I understand as a woman, I understand where she's coming from with this. I feel like she's trying to say, I don't have enough power to sway these people to change their way of thinking. I get it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying we are Africans, our tradition, right? Who is the traditional keepers beside us? If that's your traditions. So if you say, okay, I'm not going to say anything, somebody else is going to dictate the space for you.
Right.
So that's why you have to speak up and speak up against whatever that's against your tradition, your morals, your culture. You have to speak on it. You don't let anybody dictate, because the way these women was talking, coming from the West, I mean, I felt like that was a lot of disrespect in the way she was talking.
St. James, my thing is, St. James, for me, right? I could have been like these topics I talk about, you would have thought, man, I was an ex-bumster or I have family members who are bumsters. Like, none of that. I have nothing to do with these bumsters. None of that. It's not like my friends are there, my family. No, but because I see the bigger picture.
Absolutely.
The bigger picture.
us live in the West, right? Let's not make this personal. We know we get approached by older women here in America. I do. But I pretend not to even see it. I act like this is not even like. Listen, I don't even entertain the idea. So, Mimi, look at it this way. The way this is going about, right? We're gonna have 15 years old kids in Africa trying to check our mothers. This is good because she said in Jamaica, a 12 years old can step up. That's what she said, right? Okay. So that means she doesn't see any problem on the continent.
Absolutely.
A child 12 years old or 15 stepping up to a woman over 40 because it feels like, yeah, okay, I'm old enough. This is the problem.
Right.
Yeah, I do understand that point, St. James, and I do agree with you guys, but you guys have to agree with how I'm seeing things too. Do you understand some of these bumpsters are like in their 30s? How am I going to tell a 30-year-old? But I understand your point.
Again, you're making it about you. You're saying, how can you? It doesn't have to be you.
About you. If you don't agree with the other person, you're just trying to cut them. And that's
because I'm the host. That's what the host does.
Okay, that's true, but the audience want to hear the other side too.
No, you will. Before I forget, hold on, Mimi. Hold on, Mimi. You gotta remember, I'm not just a regular panelist. I'm here. I'm the host, so I gotta control the conversation.
That is true, but I'm still in.
Hold on, still, it's
the only one who.
It's okay, yeah, because it's okay. What I'm saying is, hold on. When the host cuts you off, you let the host clear things, so we steer the conversation in the direction that it needs to be. So my point is, like, that woman made the podcast, right, on the internet here. So many people are going to watch that. So she's speaking to, create this fantasy to normalize, this thing that she's attaching it to Gambia. Even though I don't know people who would be engaged in this, but I know the power of media and words. But when you say you listen to everything and you still don't think it's a problem, that tells me you are not seeing.
No,
Mimi, you are interrupting the host though. You are not seeing the whole thing. But go ahead.
I never said it's a problem. I agree with you guys.
I know you never said it was. I agree with you.
How am I gonna get my points across whenever I'm talking you on the defense side? Let me finish. What I never disagree with you guys that it's a problem. Yes, it is a problem, and the way the lady was talking about it, it was so disrespectful. That is true. I agree with all that. But sometimes I want us to use logic too. I mean, it paints Gambia in a very negative light. When you type Gambia, that's the first thing you see. And I don't want to be represented like that. But we have to call a spade a spade. You are not going to tell a 30-year-old man what to do. That's where the problem is too. If the government is not going to find other opportunities that these people are going to go do, it's still going to be there. And wherever beaches are, you're going to have sex tourism. That's not going to go away. But
okay. I heard you. So you know what? I get it. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
1 minute is a problem. Another minute is not. This woman is talking between 12 and 20-year-olds. You're skipping to 30-year-old. Nobody's saying what we are countering. Hold on.
The woman said in Jamaica a 12-year-old.
But why do you think she's saying that? But
I get it, and that's gonna be a
problem. Do you know what they call referencing? Do you know what they call reference? Why do you think people make references?
I understand, and I don't agree with the woman when she used that, because that's a problem.
No, I'm not saying whether Mimi. I'm not here to say whether I agree or disagree with what the woman is saying. That's not where I am at. It's like she's explaining where her state of mind is, how things are run. I'm here to analyze it. I'm not here to say whether she's right or wrong. This is how they operate. So I'm bringing a counterpoint to debunk what she is saying. I'm not focused on whether it's right or wrong. It's right for her. You know, it's obviously right for her and other people who operate that way. So my job is, and also you are perfectly within your rights to interpret it the way you are seeing it. I'm not trying to change your opinion or saying you are wrong or right. You are well within your rights. But I'm addressing exactly what is said. This woman is this woman. Hold on, this woman. Hold on. That woman. Hold on. Let me finish. That woman. She did not even one time raise the age past 25. Her mouth did not even touch 30. Not even one time. So using 30 to me, that's like deflection to try to raise it.
Only Mimi is talking
She did
about
not say it even one time.
I'm not going with what the woman said.
But that's what we're going by.
I am going with like what I see over there.
But I thought you said you didn't see it.
No. What do you mean I didn't see it?
Earlier you said you didn't see it. That's what you said.
I didn't see a 12-year-old be with a 60-year-old.
Oh,
I never
okay.
see that.
No, I didn't say 12. Mimi, you don't know how old these people are. Are you telling me it's written on their forehead?
I mean, if you see some people that are in their mid-20s and 30s, you will know that these people are old enough.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on, Mimi.
Yes. No,
the guy in Ghana is 46 and this lady is 60 years old and they are married.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. If I say that's in Ghana, you're gonna be like, "But it's all Africa." But
I mean, it's all Africa. Yeah,
no,
I mean,
it's not right though. It's not right. I get it.
It's okay, guys. Hey, you can't. Don't fight Mimi. I guess. Mimi. Shout out to me. Mimi is for the passport grannies.
I'm gonna say
I'm not on their side.
Afridamus, I'm gonna say something sexist, right? A little sexist. I don't want the females on the chat to be offended, right? Where I'm from,
where this is going.
no. Where I'm from, right?
Right.
No. Where I'm from, sometimes we have to put the women on the side,
right?
And address.
In my tribe too, is the same thing. It's the men talking. The women cannot, you know.
So there's a lot of emotion attached to it, and sometimes the situation doesn't need emotions.
I think I understand Mimi when he's talking about that, you know, if they are 30s or 40s, we don't have. Mimi is not individual. You don't have to go and meet somebody in his 30s and tell them, oh, why are you doing this? No, this is media. Even if the percentage of these bombsters in the Gambia is like 0.1%, as long as it comes to the media, it doesn't have boundaries. Millions of people will watch it, and that is how the image of your country will be tarnished, including you and me. It doesn't matter.
The government banned them. The government put a
yes,
out there and said they don't want them.
Yes,
Did it stop? It didn't stop.
No, this is what I'm saying. No, it stopped.
And they are the one that make that country like that. They don't even care about the youths.
No, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it doesn't mind whether the government minds or not. But you, as a Gambian individual, you know, you can put up your voice against things that, you know, misinformation that is going on in the media. If you see something that is not right and you've experienced it, you just come out. Don't try to say that I cannot talk to them. Say that, you know, this is how it happens in Gambia. And from that information, people who will listen into the media will make judgments and will realize.
You guys want me to do a campaign and go and
not a campaign. No, not a campaign.
We don't want you to do anything, Mimi.
We don't do a campaign. But you know, we are talking as you are a Gambian. If you are a Gambian, you know,
on the street, I just have to go. Wait a minute, excuse
no,
me.
Don't do that. This is where you get it wrong. This is Mimi. This is where you get it wrong. Nobody wants you to go to the street and say that. Okay? Nobody wants you to do that. But now, if somebody is coming out to tarnish the image of your country, and obviously you know that that is not the way, your voice matters. As long as you stand and say, this is actually misinformation, this is not how it works, that is enough. You don't have to go individually telling people, oh, you have to do this and this. This is what I think you fail to understand about this. This is what Afridamus is doing. That is a great job. This lady bring a misinformation, and Afridamus is bringing it out to correct the misinformation. And the right ones, okay, we debate on it.
But I am not agreeing with the lady, but we have to we have to look at this on the other side too. We cannot be like everything that the lady said is wrong. I mean, I'm not gonna say that there are certain things that she said is right. There are some things that she
Tell
said
us, tell
she
us,
was
tell us those points. Tell us those points that she's right about.
I'm not gonna go back. I have to go back and look at all, but there are some
No,
things.
no, no. Well,
Listen.
Mimi, they
I didn't
obviously stood
agree
out
with
to
the
you.
lady.
They obviously stood out to you. We want to
I did
hear.
not agree with the lady when the lady.
What do you
was
disagree
using-
with?
No, what I disagree with using the 12-year-old that they have to be responsible. That's like you grooming.
And boys quarters.
That's like
Is that boys
Wait,
quarters,
no, no,
right?
no, no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's
Another
the
thing
thing.
that I didn't agree with the lady is she's just gonna represent, like, I'm pretty sure she's gonna go to the lowest on the low and then try.
But Mimi, what makes them low? Like, to you, what is your idea of
They are
low?
Gambians.
They are Gambians. Why are you saying they are low?
Gambians.
How are they
I
low?
understand that they're Gambians,
But how are they low? Like, how do you measure
No,
low?
the
How?
way she was saying it is like they're getting. Of course, if you are on the farm, maybe you don't have enough to take care of yourself. You're gonna look older than your age because you don't have that kind of money.
Mimi, that's not what she's saying. No, here, you said the low. What's your standard with what makes these people
The
lower?
monsters are the lowest of the low. They are
No,
not like
Mimi,
people
Mimi.
that are out there doing some product. I'm not trying to.
You don't think
I'm
they
not
are doing
trying to
anything
bash them.
productive?
I'm not trying to bash them, but
you are. You are saying they
being
are
on
low.
being on the big side, trying to get women that can give you money. That's not something that's.
But
any man
Mimi, these
should be
are just
doing.
because they are poor doesn't
That's
mean they are
no,
low,
I'm not
though.
saying they're poor. I'm not using the
No,
word
no,
poor.
because they are poor, that's why they're there. But you're saying they are low.
Every
What makes them
society you
low,
go,
though?
Afridamus, every society you go, it's like you have people like that. It's not like
Like what?
everybody's gonna be
So
on
you're
the
saying that for sure these people, like, what makes them low, though? That's what I'm asking.
every society you go, everybody is not gonna be the same. It's gonna be like a hierarchy, and that's what it is. They are on the low because.
But do you know that if they talk bad about them, you also
Mimi,
appreciate it?
but Mimi,
the only
Mimi.
thing you gotta do is like go be on the beach and then look for a woman. For my, in my
But
view, that's the
okay,
lowest
hold on,
of the
hold on.
low.
But you are saying that's not common. So you are trying to say that these
I'm not saying
people.
that's not common.
Hold on. You're saying these people are low, but you're not explaining.
Wait. Go be a welder. They can do
Hold on,
but they
Mimi.
choose to do that. Nobody
Hold on.
forced them.
So that makes them lower.
From my perspective, yes, that's the lowest of the low that I can do. For me to go
So
sell my body.
what about the podcast woman? What about the women? What about the women that are engaged?
Like for me being a woman, that I know I can even go and clean bathrooms, but I choose to go sell my body. For me, the way I see that's
no, what I'm saying, what about the passport grannies that are engaged in it? What about that? What are they?
When I say something about those people, you think that I'm going to be on their side, and I'm not.
No. I'm just asking. I just want to hear.
Those people have money, and the only way they're getting through that voice is because of the financial means. That's what.
So again, so it's about money.
Of course, Afridamus is about
So
money.
that's what I'm saying. You're saying these bombsters are low because they are poor. That's why these guys are there.
Poor.
But why was when I
doing is the lowest of the low? And
okay, fine. Let's engage. Hold on. Let me engage the other panelists, right? Maybe I'm the one that's confused here. Let's engage the other panelists, what they are hearing. Guys, I asked the question to Mimi, what makes them low? Is it because they are poor? She said, no, it's because what they do. If that makes them low, the people they are doing it with, that should make them low too if it's based on that. But when I ask about those people, money was mentioned. Jude and St. James and the other panelists, did I hear correctly, or maybe I misheard Mimi? Did I repeat it properly?
Yes, you did. Mimi can rephrase it so we can understand. That's the way. That's my takeaway from what she said.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard.
It, but she doesn't want to understand what I'm saying.
No, that's why Mimi, I'm saying ask them.
In it, I said, St. James, listen to me. If I am going to sell my body, okay, and I'm here in America, and I choose to go sell my body, and I can even go clean bathrooms, or go do something, and they can pay me, and I choose to go sell my body. is that that's for you? That's not the lowest of the low. Why would I go do that?
So what I'm saying is
that's what
the
I'm trying
those
to say.
but what I'm saying, the bombsters.
They choose. I mean, I'm not saying they are poor. It's lack of opportunities, of course, but there are other alternatives that you can do. You can go be a merchant. You can go do welding or carpentry or anything. People are doing it.
I get it, Mimi. I get what you're saying.
Of the low. That's what I'm trying to
Again,
say.
you're repeating it. This is the thing.
And that's
what I'm
see
saying
it,
is,
I would never change it. If
Okay.
you want to see it
No,
differently,
he's talking about
that's
Mimi.
on you.
Afridamus is talking about the other side, the person they're doing it with.
Yes.
No, the person they're doing it. What I'm saying is, I mean, they're doing it because they got the money to go do it.
So are they as low as the other side?
I mean, it could be they can be low as other. It could be
Okay,
like
that's all he wanted to know. That's all he wanted to hear.
They're low just
right?
like them. To me, I'm not gonna choose a man on that type of man, but that's what they choose because they got the money. You can look at it like they
I got
are
a question
low
for
as
you.
them.
I got a question for you. All these men in the Gambia, right, who are doing, looking for grannies, right? Do you think they're doing it because of the lack of opportunity in the Gambia, or they're looking at this as a quick come up?
I think it's both.
Okay. So what could be the solution if that's both? Because if they try, like you said, if you can go clean bathroom, you wouldn't be selling your body, right?
Yes,
so
if I can
what
go
would
to
be
the
the,
bathroom, I'm not gonna go sell my body.
right? You are a Gambian. If you call two
Because
Gambians,
my
let's say you
pride
call
is
two
not gonna let me
Gambians,
do that.
right? If you know two bombsters in the Gambia, right, that you can help provide a job, and they still say no, I'd rather be on the other side because the money is easier. So is there another solution that you can provide? Because I'm hearing a lot of people in the chat talking about solutions. You can't force a solution to someone.
And exactly, St. James, you said everything now. This is what I was trying to say. I keep saying it, and then you guys are twisting my word. You cannot force them if they want a real come up. The only way is that either the government ban it all the way, and that's not going to happen.
But Mimi, why do you keep using the word
because that's going to affect
force?
their tourism. If the government ban everything, and I know they're not going to do it.
But Mimi, why do you keep using the word force? Nobody's forced. Nobody, like when you say, why do you keep using the word force?
That's what St. James just said.
No. Nobody's using force
You
here.
cannot force them to go do what you want them to do.
What
I
are
said
we
that's
doing, right?
exactly what I was trying to say all the time.
What we're doing is not forcing anybody to change their lifestyle.
Okay, let's
we're
say
not
you cannot
forcing
make
them.
Let's say you cannot make them.
Hold on, let me read this super chat real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. He said, but Mimi, you're speaking from privilege. Thank you, MS Delta. Yes, I think Mimi is speaking from privilege, American
Mimi,
privilege.
Mimi, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
I already said it. I already said that.
I got you, Mimi. Let me ask you a question. You live in the state, right?
Yes.
And are you connected to your community?
100%.
Okay, let's say tomorrow, everybody's on YouTube talking on the internet, on their phone talking about, Mimi is selling the box. An example, which you're not doing. Do you think your community will still welcome you when you come close to them? Do you think they will still appreciate you? Like, oh wow, Mimi.
That's not even a norm.
Okay, then I'm asking you, how will be your community reaction to you? Although you feel like this is my body, I can do whatever I want. Like when you come to your community, how will the reaction be?
When it comes to my community,
yes,
maybe they will talk about it on the low, but at the end of the day,
do you think
let me use logic here. Maybe they will talk about me, but in my age, that I'm in my 30s, and I'll do what I want to do. Who is gonna tell me to stop what I'm doing when of course they're gonna be like, oh, she's doing this and that, but they're not gonna come and tell me in my face and say you need to stop this.
Mimi, they don't need to come to your face. Mimi is very confrontational. I noticed that.
Mimi,
See, use confrontational words like
Mimi,
pause, come to my face.
But
the Africans,
Afridamus, it's
the
the
African,
same thing in Gambia.
the
You are
Africans,
not gonna go tell them that. It's
Afridamus.
unrealistic.
Mimi, you sound very confrontational, but all right.
Okay, I'm done talking.
The Africans that I know, right? Trust me, they will tell you, Mimi, we don't feel like you should be here. Trust me, they will tell you in your face.
That's not
They
true.
will.
No, Mimi, I know for a fact, Mimi.
Africans will go tell other Africans, you are not gonna be around us because
Mimi, I'll tell you 100%. St. James is correct. If that is like my circle, my people, yes, they will tell you to your face. They will.
Well,
they literally will.
Maybe I've never come across anybody that.
No, but they will. They will.
Yes, they will.
But
they will. If that's if they found out that's real, this is what you are doing,
and they confirm it. Yeah,
they will tell you, yeah, you can go do whatever you want to do, but just not around us. You're not welcome here. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll tell you. This is true. Some of them, even if they find out you smoke cigarette, even just cigarette, smoking cigarette, they will tell you you can't be around them.
Let me sell the box. No, I have a degree.
No, even Afridamus, even not even that, not even selling the box.
Mimi, are you telling me people, women that are sell, they don't have degree holders selling the box?
Them. Yes, they are women that have their degrees that are doing it, and that's what them. That's what they choose. And
yeah, so degree doesn't really mean much.
I was just.
Okay, sorry. He said, Mimi speaking as a ADOS FBA, you sound like a real Shaniqua.
Mimi, what's your degree on? Mimi, what's your degree on?
Accounting.
Oh, accounting. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just gonna keep listening.
Why are you listening to me? You know me and you eye to eye. So
we need a lot of lady to come here so we can have a conversation. I respect your courage, man. I always do. But a lot of women on the chat, they're scared. I don't know why. So
they're scared to come.
No, Mimi's not scared of the zone.
You guys are gonna go against them.
We speak in facts.
Where I'm coming from, but you guys
Mimi want to stand her ground.
Feminists and call them Shaniqua and all those names.
No, he said, hold on, let me read the super chat correctly. He said, MS Delta said, Mimi speaking as ADOS FBA, yes. You sound like a real Shaniqua. Yeah, today I don't know what kind of juice. Because he heard it before. Maybe he's heard this argument before. He recognized it.
You see, me and Mimi go way back, right? She stopped coming on this panel because she was scared of me.
Okay, so you and Mimi go way back?
Way back. She stopped coming on this panel because she was scared of me, that's why she stopped, but me and her.
Mimi is not scared of anyone.
I ain't scared of nobody. Trust me. I just know how
me and her been through some confrontations and she was pissed off when I said a lot of things. So I'm not gonna say too much about,
You know what? I'm starting to like you now.
West African lady, man.
Today, you are so inconsistent.
So just what you say?
Since Dinos tell you to get out of his life, you change. I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
No,
so now I have that sympathy on you. I'm what? I gotta be on my brother's side.
Wait, Mimi, are you saying? Mimi, you say what happened to him?
Since Dinos kicked Judah out of his life, Judah don't want to be Pan-African anymore. Judah, he's just different, and I feel for Judah.
Maybe he was a plant. Maybe he was a plant.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that now.
Mimi is not on my side. That's why Mimi is no more Pan-African too.
What?
That's why you are no more Pan-Africanism as well, right?
African in a way that to benefit Africa, not in this nonsense.
Mimi,
I can't. Mimi, you said to benefit Africa?
Yeah.
It would never.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mimi, I can tell by the way you sound, but all right, go ahead, St. James.
Mimi, you live in America for a minute, right?
Yes, I do.
Let's not be naive. Let's not even use that word. And I know. Whatever that can benefit Africa, we shouldn't be here discussing it, right? Even if we even if we bring the video, that should be half an hour, 15 minutes. Everybody will know, hey, this is benefiting Africa. So whenever that you see a video like that, you know the purpose is not to benefit Africa and
I said it,
Africans.
not the pan-African that is out here in the
No, the listen.
pan-African like in ECOWAS, African Union and stuff like that.
No, people don't want that though. Mimi, people don't want that. People bring in their own. People have the listen, Mimi. For us, right? Let me be honest. As an African, right? I believe we are the weakest link, and what I'm saying, it should be something that we should welcome. Being the weakest link, that means what? We have a lot of work to do.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't see it coming.
No.
Do you think maybe we can do better? I'm just asking. Maybe
Absolutely.
we can do better.
But we go from a place where we all have to acknowledge that we are weak. So if we can't acknowledge that, the people on the other side, they're looking at it and they feel like, oh, we should be taken advantage of.
But that's why Mimi want you guys to stay united. West Africa, form a unity. That's what she is talking about, the Pan-African on Africa.
Now we see in eye to eye. Maybe I think that we can, like, just look at America. Just look at Europe, how they come together when it comes to their interests, like their main interests. They will come together for it. And I think Africa is time for us to do that. But everybody, just look at you guys in the panel. It's about egos. That's why we will never progress.
No, that's not ego. That's not ego.
Here we go. Here we go with the shaming tactics.
Mimi, you remember the example I gave you, right?
Go ahead.
You remember the example I gave you about myself, right? Being here in America and I'm being approached by older women. If I was a Crip, right, I would hit that link and give you my body count. Easy work. Easy work. But why we don't? No, listen, because I don't want my youngers. I don't want my younger one to do the things that we all chose not to do.
That's true.
Yes. Because that's not the way we were raised. I'm looking at mothers. I'm looking at women that we respect. And when the women say 12 years old, step up to a 40, I got scared, bro.
That was scary. I know, and I do agree with that, but you guys don't want to give me a chance. Sometimes
no, I get your point.
Sometimes you have to accept the hard fact. You don't want to.
The hard fact
give me a chance to
as
elaborate
men, right?
on that. But you know what? I digress.
Mimi, being a woman, right? I get it. The way you were raised on the continent, maybe you're looking at these men, right? Who am I as a woman to approach these men? But we are men. We are men. We know how to get to these guys. Maybe you may not know about it. Maybe we can speak of it. But in our private lives, there are certain things that we do to our brothers. Like, bro, don't listen. Even your father, right? When he talks to you, if you have a brother,
me as a woman, me being an African woman, go face. They would
Mimi, you are the one that's appointing yourself. Nobody appointed you.
No,
Mimi, you've been trying to appoint yourself, but nobody is saying, Mimi, do it.
Do you think that I can go talk to a Gambian guy and their egos and tell them what to do as a woman?
Yeah.
Mimi,
you're over here telling me what to do, Mimi.
You got brothers, right? You got brothers?
She's over here telling me what to do.
You got younger brothers?
I got two brothers. They're good. They do
younger or older?
Younger.
Okay, they still look at you as someone they should protect.
No, they protect me instead.
Right.
They're very protective.
Because this is our job. Although someone came and asked for you to get married and whatever, we still looked at you like, nah, we gotta protect her. That's the way we were raised. We can't take that away from us.
Mimi, since they protect you, does it mean that if they get older women, you wouldn't complain because they are protecting you?
No, they're good. They're married to young.
Oh, okay.
No, but see, Mimi never answers questions. She would always like, have you guys seen the Gambia TRRC? If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
You know what? I was gonna say something, but you guys get it out of my. But listen,
you will see the Gambian TRRC.
African things, St. James. Please listen to me. When it comes to Africa, it's like maybe. Do you see how you guys? You were talking about it with Jude about Ghana. How Ghana have the sea and everything that needs to be transported from your country has to go through Ghana. You know, maybe in America there are states that are landlocked. Do you understand? But they don't have that problem.
I didn't follow you.
Okay. For Ghana, I'm pretty sure before you guys get anything out of Ghana, you guys have to pay something, or it's gonna be harder.
Oh, are you talking about the
No,
port?
I'm just talking about
seaport, it means
Africa.
the ship stop here in Africa, yeah.
Yeah,
To ship stuff
to be
Burkina
united.
Faso.
We don't have to see it as individual when it comes to certain things. That's how I see it. If your country is landlocked, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, it shouldn't be really like triple harder for you to transport stuff between, because they're gonna have to show you we the one who have that, we the one who have the port. So you guys have to be behind and follow whatever we gotta do. You understand? Or you guys are smaller countries. That's how Africa is. That's why we will never move forward. Because or Senegal will be like, you guys are in Senegal, so you guys don't have no say. Just be quiet. They will dog you down.
But I'm confused.
No, listen. No, I'm talking about Africa in general. How we gonna come
No, but Mimi, see,
no, I know
you're doing it again. You're doing it
I'm
again.
out of topic, but St. James bring that, so I have to
No,
elaborate.
That was what Mimi is saying, right? But Mimi, this is the thing, right? Most countries are aligning with European powers. Take for instance, right?
Thank
Senegal,
you.
if
Instead, they
Mali
will
is
align
shipping,
with the European, then aligning with their own.
Mimi, you gotta let it
if
finish.
Mali is shipping stuff to Senegal, and now because of the problem that was happening in Mali, Senegal is closing their seaport for
Guys, again. Okay, what's this have to do with the topic, though?
No, Mimi, we digress, man. We just talking.
No, hold on. Let me read this. MS Delta said, Mimi, good point. ECOWAS free movement of bombsters. St. James want free movement of goods and services. LOL. You guys are funny. Thank you, MS Delta. But guys, we're about at the 4-hour mark here. Let's start wrapping it up. So what do you guys want to say in your closing statement? Because you say make Gambia great again. How are you gonna make it great? One passport granny at a time. What do you guys say?
No, hey, listen. For the sake of the next conversation, I just want Mimi to give us like 15 minutes of what she was saying, because I didn't get it. Like,
about what? About the ECOWAS thing?
Yes.
No, you know how are you Pan-African? I said I'm Pan-African for Africans to be together in our own interests.
But what about the blacks?
For everybody to benefit, like in America, they have different states, but everybody benefit on it. They don't separate like we have the resources, you guys don't have the resources. We will rather like align ourselves with the Europeans than you guys. That's how Africa is. That's the reason why we will never progress. I said, imagine if we were like the United States, we will do way better, because imagine a continent that is so powerful and rich, but we are the weakest. You bring that thing. I said we are the weakest because of all those things. Everybody is the egos. It's like different people, different tribes, and everybody have their own egos. They will rather align with an outsider than their own people.
For the sake of the next conversation, right? I would love for you to point out those countries who are making sure that this never happened. Right. I like what you're displaying, but you said that's why we will never progress. So I get that, but in this union that we are in, which is called the African Union, there are a lot of countries who are for that, who are making sure the movement of people and their good is a reality. So some countries are not for it. So if we want to have another debate, let's point out the country who are against it. So I have the name of the countries. Yes. Trust me, I have the names, and I know new decisions are being made now against certain group of people on the continent as we speak. Yes, that's why the African Union is not a reality.
It is not a reality.
Right. So on that point, I agree with you.
Yeah, the African Union is a hoax, man. It's not. I mean, the things that they say in the African Union, right? I've heard most of these leaders say stuff, but do they implement these things? No. Take for instance in Kenya, right? The former president Uhuru Kenyatta, who goes on media and say all this border was put in place by the Europeans, and he wants free border. But guess what? He was refusing to open the border between Somalia and Kenya, and that's a problem, because they give you one thing on media, but in realities, they are not doing the same thing. They don't
Thank
follow
you.
it. And that's a
Thank you.
problem. That's a
Even the
problem in
ECOWAS
Africa.
protocols, they don't want to follow it. They don't even follow the ECOWAS
Hold on.
protocols.
Let me chime into this. The problem with a lot of this is I hear a lot of Africans come into panels. They would say things, try to compare to European Union or to America, United States. United States is one big country. It is not a conglomeration of different countries, and that's the reality.
But what Mimi is saying is, why can Africa not be like that one big country? That's what Mimi
no, again, let's just be realistic. Let's not try to force things. Like right now, how can I talk about all that when we got passport grannies patrolling our streets? You see what I'm saying?
Hey,
Let the passport grannies be.
Afridamus,
Let them
Look, but
do you remember the video we spoke about in Togo?
Oh yeah.
The Maya Togo, the Maya border Togo stuff.
You see, the problem is complex, right? Very complex,
right?
Very,
so
you guys let the passport grannies be, man.
No, Mimi.
I think Mimi, are you planning on being a passport granny when you're 60? Oh, guys, you see, she's laughing. Is Mimi, guys, is Mimi planning on being a passport granny when she's 60? No. Because she's trying to set it up because first of all, she's probably setting it up ahead of time, because she knows, the video might end up on the Afridamus report.
Mimi,
I will report on it too.
How's Stella gonna move back?
Yeah, I'll be reporting on it too. You best believe that, Mimi.
What state are you in, Mimi?
No, Mimi, you remember back home, right? When we have this kind of information, right? We call it taboo. We don't even discuss it in public.
Abomination, bro.
We don't talk about it. But nowadays, man, everybody want to talk about it, like on channels, on panels, and on public, like it's normal. It's not.
It's not normal. And the thing is, though, people believe that what is good in America should be good in Africa, right? Like say for instance, the age 18 in America, you are grown. But should that be the same in Africa? Just because you are 18 doesn't make you a grown person. No. I mean, it shouldn't.
So guys, I want to finish it to be 4 hours exact. Judy, add 30 seconds to that to your closing, and so we can, wrap it up. And also, let me read this real quick. MS Delta said USA became a single country through wars, which is true. USA became, they had brutal civil war. You have to conquer some people to unite it. People have to respect each other. You look at Sierra Leone, Liberia, now there's so much respect amongst those people. Rwanda, all those places, they tested each other. So he's right about that. So right, Jude, add 30 seconds to it and wrap it up.
What state are you in? I want to comment in some belly gin.
Some what?
Belly gin.
Belly gin. Mimi, let him know you don't know how to cook belly chin. What is belly chin?
Mimi, he's a crip. He's a crip, man. Don't let him come over. He's a crip.
No,
what state are you in?
I'm not giving my information.
I'm not asking of your address. I'm just asking of the state. What state do you live?
And also, Jude, stop trying to get this woman to give you her address. Here's the thing.
Oh man, come on! I'm not gonna do that in public. But let me finish.
Hold on. Here's the thing. At one point, also, the Gambia government, they've tried to give the bumpsters jobs on the beach side for them to be professional tour guides.
Oh wow!
Really? No, but the bumpsters are already their own tour guides. I think the government is trying to cut into their ways of doing things. Anytime the government comes, they're not coming with solution. But Judah, finish up with your 30 seconds.
So the government is modifying the bumpsters, modifying their lifestyle, giving them, stepping them up, man.
They tried.
That's from the frying pan to the fire.
They've tried. It didn't work.
I'm gonna cut this short, Afridamus, man. It was nice coming on the panel once more, man. Meeting my bro St. James, Mimi, and all these other Mal and you, man. Very happy. I'm not gonna say much, but this is the thing, right? Government should put laws in place. In America, there are certain things that cannot be done in our laws in place. If you go to Africa, these things should be respected. And just because it works in America shouldn't be the same norm for Africa. It's not gonna happen. People are not gonna come to Africa and change us Africans. They have to come to Africa and go by our own rules and regulations, and that's what is gonna work. But thank you, Afridamus, and thank your panelists, and thank everyone on the panel.
And Judah, please, Judah, make sure you open your doors to for Mimi in Cameroon, because we're
Judah,
shipping her over there.
email you
We're
so I
shipping
can
her
book
to
the
you.
gelatin.
No. I wanna invite Mimi to Salt Lake City. That was where I was asking what state is she in, so I can pay her flight ticket. To Salt Lake City.
It's easier for you to come over here with my and in my family house, and then I'll cook Belachin and Yassa for you.
Oh,
all right. Thank you, guys. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. All right. St. James, closing.
Okay, my closing. That was quite a good conversation. I really appreciated it. I mean, what else to say? I hate when people like travel to the continent and try to deceive the people over their culture and traditions. It's not good. If you are an older woman, you trying to go to the continent to get your man, just go do that. Don't go talk about other people's culture and their tradition. That's disrespectful. So I don't know the purpose of her YouTube channel. I don't know the lady. I just met her. I don't know her. But I feel like if she watched this video, she would understand a bunch of Africans disagree with her. That's my takeaway from this video. And for the bumpsters, a lot of people want solutions. Trust me, on the continent, unless you don't want to do anything, there are plenty of things that you can do. So this excuse about provide solution for this grown man, there won't be no solution for you. You can find your own solutions.
Exactly.
So find your own solutions. You see what I'm saying? You can be a fisherman because you like the water. You want to hang around the water. You can be a
They
fisherman.
gave that to the Chinese.
Right. You can work in a factory. You can do all.
The fishing, they gave the business to the Chinese, so the bumpsters are out.
Absolutely.
So the government is wrong for that.
The government, yeah. So maybe we need a discussion over that. People are talking about give them job. Bro, create your own job. Create your own opportunity. Not like sell your body to 60 years old woman.
I said that, but you guys didn't agree with me.
Well, thank you, St. Mimi. Don't take his time. Mimi, you got your closing.
Mimi, like I said, my role as an African man is to talk about issues. If I stop talking about it, I would not have a tradition. I would not have a culture. That's why I have to keep talking about it. If I want to exist,
you're always realistic, St. James.
Right? I have to exist. Like I'm not saying, like you said, I'm not gonna go to a 30 years old man and be like, yeah, man, you don't have to listen. But I can say this: if you choose that route, I will remove myself and my community from you. We can do that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, St. James.
Thank you, St. James.
All right, now is Afridamus and Mimi left here.
I appreciate you. You my brother.
I know. Go ahead, Mimi. I gotta always keep Mimi's feet to the fire, just so you guys know if you're new here.
You know me and you. We have this love and hate relationship, and nothing's gonna change it. You will always be my brother.
Go ahead, Mimi. Mimi, what do you want to say to the bumpsters and your passport?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me on your panel. But all jokes aside, I do understand you guys' point. I am not encouraging it. I understand that this, as a Gambian, we cannot encourage it because it's gonna paint our country in a negative light, and that's the last thing I want for Gambia. But I have to look at it on another perspective too. Like these men, I understand there's less, maybe they don't have opportunities and the government have to do something for them, like create jobs. But at the end of the day too, they can create their own stuff. They can be a carpenter or be a whatever they want to do. They don't have to choose that life because nobody forced them to do that. That's how I'm seeing this. But whatever the lady was saying, I get the point. I am not encouraging it, especially when she was using those women like they are old, they look old. No, you are using women that are walking and maybe they don't have help, they are less unfortunate. How do you expect them to look like? They will look twice older than their age. But I noticed one thing about them: whenever they are talking about Gambia, they have to use the less unfortunate ones, and that's not right.
Well, we'll have to bring Art Kati on that
Yeah,
one
they
next time.
always have to use the less unfortunate ones. They will never talk about the Gambians that are doing their own thing or working in the office, and that they're not going to talk about it. They're going to use the ones that are like, you know what I'm saying. So I didn't agree with her on most part, but then again, we have to use logic and say, hey, maybe they can do something else better for themselves. They don't have to do that, because it's not like you have to go to somewhere and say, oh, there's a Bumster application over here. They choose to do it.
Well, they do have Bumster classes, but thank you very much,
Oh, they
Mimi.
do? I never
Yes,
know.
the Bumster's handbook.
Oh,
But thank you.
thank you so much. And thank
Thank
you for
you.
having me.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Guys, that was Mimi. So Mimi's saying, they don't have to do this. There's an entire, pamphlet apparently, because you guys heard it from the woman's own mouth. They even have guys that write the poems. They write it for the guys who can't even read or write. So that sounds to me like an organized situation. And I read somewhere the Gambia government, try to pretend like they're going to do something for these guys. They're like, all right, we're going to turn you guys into tour guides. And you guys know wherever the government comes in, they somehow want something from it. They never fix it for free. So the Bumsters figured, hey, why be on the leash when we were free? We can kick it with our passport grannies. And yeah, so it goes both ways. I've seen it with my own eyes, where these Bumsters, they harass, the European women that come. So they are seeking each other. But let's not be fooled and pretend like, maybe, it's just about the sunshine, the smiley people, and that's the end of it, and the food, Maybe some people come for just that, the hospitality. But again, whatever seemed to be more popular in an area, especially a touristic area, that tend to actually be the actual activity, if you get the point. But until next time, guys, I'm your host, Afridamus. Don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel. As you know, the best edutainment channel on this side of heaven. No topic is off limit, and there's nothing like closing out with my honorary black card, because I still have it here. I'm out. Peace.